Chapter 513. Jiang Xi fell into silence. This was a very valuable gift. He had learned about the price of mystic techniques in the Purple Heaven sect's treasure vault. There were types of mystic techniques, such as combat, support, soul, body refinement, and so on. There were 3 levels: ordinary, pinnacle, and ultimate. Ordinary mystic techniques cost at least 10,000 points in the treasure vault. Pinnacle mystic techniques cost at least 1 billion points, and there was no upper limit. The higher ones could even cost 10 billion or 100 billion points. As for ultimate mystic techniques, he couldn't find them with his current authority. The 360 sets of ordinary mystic techniques sounded like a lot, but the price was only 10 million points at most. He could accept it calmly. 10 million points was nothing to the Wine Sword Immortal. However, the pinnacle mystic technique in the Golden Jade Slip was different. It was at least 1 billion points. In addition, it was a combat sword mystic technique, so its value was even higher. It might even reach 10 billion points. The Wine Sword Immortal cultivated in the ancient Dao source world all year round, so he didn't have any source of income. He might have emptied his wallet by taking out so many points to buy a pinnacle mystic technique for his disciple. Master, this is too much. Jiang Xi shook his head and declined. Don't worry, my disciple. This sword Dao's secret art cost me 10 billion points. Although this 10 billion points cost me 10 million points, they are of little help to me at my current stage. I won't need points unless I become a perfected lord. Do you think I'll lack points then? The Wine Sword Immortal laughed. Moreover, this mystic technique is very compatible with your sword Dao. Once you master it, your strength will definitely reach my level. At that time, there won't be many things in the universe that can threaten your life. The Wine Sword Immortal said expectantly. Jiang Xi was very touched by his words. 10 billion points. Although the contract he signed with the Dao Alliance's Heavenly Court gave him 100 billion points, he could only get 5 billion before he became an immortal. The remaining 5 billion points could only be obtained after he became an immortal. Therefore, 10 billion points was definitely a huge fortune for a primordial soul stage cultivator like him. I owe Master more and more favors. Riverward firmly remembered this in his heart, and did not continue to decline. Then, he grabbed the Golden Jade Slip and probed it with his spiritual sense. The secret technique of the pinnacle of the sword Dao immediately surged into his mind. Cloud Bookcase 7 Swords, I have 7 swords, the end of the Dao, the myriad transformations of the sword Dao. Once you master the first 3 swords, you will be invincible below True Monarch. If you master the first 6 swords, you will be invincible against anyone below the Dao Lord level. If you master the 7 swords, you can become a Dao Lord. Just the contents of the opening caused Riverward to be endlessly shocked. He was invincible against anyone below Supremacy 3 swords. He was invincible against anyone below Dao Lord's 6 swords. 7 swords was a Dao Lord. This is a pinnacle secret technique? Jiang Xi was speechless. Something's not right. Jiang Xi suddenly came to a realization. If he could become a Dao Lord with 7 strikes, then the price definitely wouldn't be just 10 billion points. Even 100 billion would be considered a low price. Soon after, all the information in the Golden Jade Slip was poured into his mind. Only then did he realize that there were only the first 3 stages of the Cloud Bundle's 7 swords, which were the cultivation methods for the first 3 swords. In that case, the first 3 stages were worth 10 billion points, which was much more reasonable. Don't underestimate the first 3 stages. It's enough for you to cultivate for thousands of years. The Wine Sword Immortal seemed to know what he was thinking and suddenly laughed. Jiang Xi smiled confidently and didn't say anything. However, he thought to himself, with the experience points panel, I don't need thousands of years. The only pity was that he could only cultivate the first stage of the Cloud Bundle's 7 swords. This was because the Cloud Bundle's 7 swords was created with the Green Lotus Sword Dao as the foundation. The Green Lotus Sword Dao had a total of 9 transformations. These transformations were displayed through the transformations of the green lotus. They were 1 lotus, for lotus, 100 lotus, 1000 lotus, 10,000 lotus, 1000 lotus, 100 lotus, for lotus, and 1 lotus. Each green lotus represented a transformation. The requirement to cultivate the first stage was to completely comprehend the first 3 transformations, which were 105 transformations. And so on. The requirement to cultivate the second stage was to completely comprehend the first 4 transformations, which were 1105 transformations. The requirement to cultivate the third stage was to completely comprehend the first 5 transformations, which were 11,105 transformations. He had already comprehended 171 transformations of the Green Lotus Sword Tao, so he could only cultivate the first stage. Of course, Jiang Ci believed in his cultivation speed. Not to mention that he was in the ancient Tao source world, so his cultivation speed would be even faster. He was full of anticipation for the future. Next, Jiang Ci set 3 cultivation goals for himself. 1. Continue to deduce the Gale, Parting Fire, and Vajra Das, and strive to advance to the Grand Tao level as soon as possible. 2. Cultivate the first stage of the Cloud Bundle's 7 swords, and let this secret technique appear on the panel. 3. Comprehend the remaining 3 Daos of the 5 elements, water, earth, and wood. After refining each finger of the golden patterned Battle Emperor palm, Tao Lord, that he had brought back from the Battle Pattern continent, he would obtain 100 billion experience points. At the same time, each finger contained a Daos of the 5 elements. He had already refined 2 fingers that represented the fire and metal Daos, and obtained 200 billion experience points. There were still 3 fingers that represented the fire, earth, and wood Daos that he hadn't refined yet. He was saving them to comprehend the Daos. Originally, Jiang Ci had been hesitating about whether he should comprehend the remaining 3 Daos of the 5 elements. This was because the more Daos he cultivated, the more difficult it would be to advance in the future. If he cultivated 3 more Daos, the difficulty of cultivation would definitely increase by 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. However, a battle some time ago made him change his mind. The 5 elements' power that Yan Qi, the leader of the White Feather Star Trade Association that he had killed, had displayed made him very tempted. The power of the 5 elements combined into one allowed an ordinary Tao integration stage cultivator to possess the strength of an invincible Tao integration stage cultivator. If it was him, he would definitely be able to unleash even greater power. At that time, he would have another trump card. Let's begin. After returning to his stone house, Jiang Ci sat cross-legged on the roof of the stone house and entered a state of cultivation. He continued to deduce the Gale, Parting Fire, and Vajra Daos in his heart. These were the 3 Daos of heaven and earth. On the other side, his clone that was hiding on a barren planet in the Milky Way galaxy was cultivating the first stage of the Cloud Bundle's 7 swords. As for the remaining 3 Daos of the 5 elements, he had encountered the Gale, Parting Fire, and Vajra Daos before he started to comprehend them. It was worth mentioning that this method of cultivation consumed a huge amount of experience points. However, after coming to the ancient Tao source world, Jiang Ci was not worried about the issue of experience points at all. Outside Nine Heavens City, in the vast world of gray fog, there were countless spirits of Tao. Hunting these spirits of Tao would give him experience points. Once he refined the non-elemental Daos of the nascent soul stage spirits of Tao, he would receive 1 million experience points. Cultivating, comprehending the Tao, and hunting spirits of Tao. Not only would he listen to his master's teachings, but he would also listen to other sword Tao experts' Tao lessons. Jiang Ci's schedule was packed to the brim. 50 years passed in the blink of an eye. Of course, this was 50 years in the ancient Tao source world. 180 years had passed in the original universe. Nine Heavens City, in a palace that was not inferior in size to the Wine Sword Immortal's residence. Thousands of cultivators of different cultivation levels sat in the main hall. They came from various forces. Most of them were from the 3 gates and 6 sects, but there were also top immortal Tao sects from various star zones. A small number of them were itinerant cultivators. In terms of cultivation level, most of them were tribulation immortals, and the rest were top geniuses of the human race. Because those who could attend the class had at least passed the third stage of the sky-piercing mountain. At the top of the hall, a handsome young man with white hair and a youthful face was casually sitting cross-legged in the air, teaching everyone about Sword Tao. The Green Lotus has many variations and combinations. Sword Immortal Nangong's understanding of the Green Lotus Sword Tao is enlightening every time I listen to his class. Jiang Ci was also in the crowd below. He basically didn't miss a single one of Sword Immortal Nangong's public classes in Nine Heaven City. Among the Tribulation Immortal Sword Tao cultivators, the Wine Sword Immortal was the strongest, followed by Sword Immortal Nangong. Both of them were 9 Tribulation Sword Immortals, but the Wine Sword Immortal's battle record was more prominent and famous. Of course, he was also slightly stronger. However, one couldn't deny Sword Immortal Nangong's strength. After attending so many classes, Jiang Ci had learned a lot. Alright, today's class will end here, Sword Immortal Nangong said. Thank you, Senior Nangong. Below, thousands of cultivators stood up and bowed respectfully. Because this was free teaching, they had to express their gratitude. Sword Immortal Nangong nodded slightly and disappeared. Only then did the thousands of cultivators leave the hall. Jiang Ci wasn't very eye-catching in the crowd. Although the fourth heaven of the Purple Heaven sect was worth paying attention to, those who could cultivate in the ancient Tao Source world were all geniuses. And geniuses were all proud. Gong Sui, that's Jiang Ci, right? In the distance, a burly man with a huge sword on his back pointed at Jiang Ci's figure. Another purple-haired youth with a long sword on his back asked disapprovingly, "What? A genius of the sword gate like you've heard of him?" "We all cultivate the sword Tao, of course I've heard of him." The burly man with the huge sword on his back glared. Then he said, "I also heard that he entered the third heaven of the Purple Heaven sect 100 years ago and entered the fourth heaven through the nascent soul stage cloud-top competition. He's known as a genius that's hard to come by in a million years. What's even more puzzling is that he actually chose to break through not long after entering the fourth heaven and became a fourth heaven nascent soul stage disciple. Looking at his every choice, it's puzzling." Speaking up to hear, the burly man smiled. "Aren't you a fourth heaven nascent soul stage disciple of the Purple Heaven sect? You should know him well, right?" "Pfft. You know him well." The purple-haired youth sneered and shook his head. "But in my opinion, he's a fool. His strength has only just passed the 7th level of the sky-piercing mountain, and the highest a fourth heaven nascent soul stage disciple can pass is the 8th level. If he doesn't break through, he can still stay at the fourth heaven during the next nascent soul stage cloud-top competition. But there's still 5 years before the cloud-top competition for the nascent soul stage disciples. The weakest of us fourth heaven nascent soul stage senior disciples has passed the 10th level of the sky-piercing mountain. He's a newcomer who just ascended to the fourth heaven, and he's about to be eliminated back to the third heaven. First change, then release." Chapter 514. Outside Sword Saint Nangong's residence, the cultivators who had finished listening to the lesson all left. The burly man with a huge sword on his back and the purple-haired youth named Gong Sui were discussing without restraint in the distance. If that's the case, this Jiang Ci's choice is somewhat unwise. The burly man with a huge sword nodded slowly. It's not just unwise, it's extremely stupid." The purple-haired youth glanced at Jiang Ci in the distance. However, with his talent, even if he's eliminated this time, there's a very high possibility that he'll make it to the fourth heaven in the future. The burly man laughed. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Many geniuses have outstanding talent at the beginning, but who knows how many of them fall behind later on. The purple-haired youth did not care at all. That's true. The burly man laughed. In the fourth heaven of the Purple Heaven sect, which of the 10 primordial soul stage senior disciples hasn't accumulated for thousands of years? Although on the surface, only one person has passed the 11th stage of the sky-piercing mountain, but in reality? After accumulating for so many years, who knows how many trump cards everyone has? They're just waiting for the Cloud Summit competition to suddenly erupt. Gong Sui sneered. Keeping a trump card was something that most cultivators would do. The Cloud Summit competition for the Primordial Soul stage is held once every 1,000 years. There's still 5 years until the next one. Just wait and see. The glory they had at the beginning will be the same as the fall when the time comes. Gong Sui shook his head. There was no enmity or grudge between them. They were just competing with each other and a little unhappy. In the distance, Jiang Ci heard everything clearly. These two people had no intention of avoiding him at all. Ha! Are you looking down on me? Jiang Ci smiled faintly. What these people did not know was that Jiang Ci had long stopped treating them as opponents. Because they were not on the same level at all. In fact, in the past 50 years, he had also discovered that a few Fourth Heaven Primordial Soul stage disciples who were also cultivating in the ancient Tao Source world had a very cold attitude towards him. They were even somewhat hostile. As for the reason, Jiang Ci was naturally clear. It was because the speed of his improvement was too fast. In the eyes of many people, he would definitely occupy a spot in the Fourth Heaven Tao integration stage in the future in the Purple Heaven Sex for Heaven world. The Fourth Heaven was the highest. Nascent Soul stage, Primordial Spirit stage, Tao integration stage. Tao integration stage cultivators were the most powerful, so the competition was naturally the most intense. This involved the allocation of a large amount of cultivation resources. The sudden rise of Jiang Ci posed a huge threat to the 10 Essence Soul stage senior disciples. They all had hopes of competing for the Fourth Heaven Tao integration stage spot. Therefore, it was normal for them to be unhappy and hostile towards Jiang Ci. Unfortunately, there's nothing you can do even if you're unhappy. Jiang Ci chuckled. During these 50 years in the ancient Tao origin world, his strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. Disciples of the Fourth Heaven of the Primordial Soul stage were nothing in his eyes. Looking at the changes in the EXP panel, cultivation base, main body, primordial spirit, later stage 30 million/30 million, doppelganger, primordial spirit, late stage 30 million/30 million, Tao techniques, sword intent, 10 levels, 1 billion, 1 billion, Grand Tao of Wind, level 10, 550/500 million, Great Tao of Fire, level 10, 550/500 million, Great Tao of Metal, level 10, 550/500 million, Amplitude, 20,000 times, Sword Intent, Secret Technique Cloud Bookcase 7 Swords, level 1, 100,000,000/100 million, Tao Fusion Technique, 4 levels, 400 million/400 million, Tao Pattern Technique, 4 levels, 40 billion/400 million, Tao Seal Technique, 4 levels, 40 billion/400 million, Cultivation Technique, Purple Firmament Sword Manual, Peacock Visualization, Lotus Sword Manual Deduction, 10,000 experience points per time experience points, 661, 4 billion, the Gale Tao, Departing Fire Tao, and Vajra Tao had been upgraded to the Great Tao level. In addition, the Sword Tao that had been upgraded to the Sword Intent, Great Tao, level. At this point, the 4 Tao techniques that he cultivated had all reached the Great Tao level. Tao techniques were the foundation of various secret techniques. Therefore, the Tao Pattern Technique and Tao Seal Technique, these 2 auxiliary secret techniques, had also been upgraded. The 4-pattern Tao pattern realm brought about changes to his body. Previously, his body was 10 times stronger than a supreme-grade spirit artifact. Now, it was 100 times stronger. The 4th seal realm of the Tao Seal Technique brought about changes to his primordial spirit. In his sea of consciousness, the primordial spirit sitting on the lotus platform changed from 3 petals to 4 petals. At the same time, the range of his spiritual awareness had increased to 300,000 kilometers. In comparison, the range of a normal peak Tao integration cultivator was only 100,000 kilometers. In addition to the Tao Pattern Technique and Tao Seal Technique, there was still the Tao Fusion Technique that had not changed. This was because this auxiliary secret technique was related to the number of Tao techniques cultivated. Only when he comprehended a new Tao technique and reached the Great Tao level would the Tao Fusion Technique be upgraded. In addition, it was worth mentioning that he had also successfully comprehended the Cloud Bookcase 7 Swords and completed the first stage of cultivation. His actual combat strength had increased significantly. All in all, Jiangxi's strength was like heaven and earth compared to 50 years ago. If he was invincible in the Tao integration stage in the past, he had definitely entered the Tribulation Transcendent realm now. How many Tribulation Transcenders were there? Jiang Xi was not sure because he had not fought with others in all these years. Let's go and challenge the sky-piercing mountain. Jiang Xi's eyes were shining. That was a suitable place for him to test his combat strength. In the 50 years that he had been in the ancient Tao source world, he had not gone there. When he was cultivating in the third heaven of the Purple Firmament sect, he had passed the 6th and 7th stages of the sky-piercing mountain and obtained 2 opportunities to comprehend the Green Lotus altar. He had already used up these 2 opportunities 10 years ago. The Green Lotus altar was the fastest place to comprehend the Sword Tao. The more opportunities there were, the better. After returning to the stone house, Jiang Xi's spiritual sense entered the sky-piercing mountain river diagram and the sky-piercing mountain through his communication pearl. The 44 towering sky-piercing mountains corresponded to the 44 inheritance altars in the ancient Tao source world. The black-robed Lord Mountain Guardian sat motionlessly on a platform at the edge of the sky-piercing mountain. The stronger he was, the more he felt that the Lord Mountain Guardian's strength was unfathomable. This was the most intuitive feeling that Jiang Xi had after seeing the Lord Mountain Guardian again after so many years. Greetings to the Lord Mountain Guardian. Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. Lord Shoshan opened his eyes. When he saw that it was riverward, a smile appeared on his dignified face. Jiang Xi, I haven't seen you for a long time since you passed the 7th stage of the sky-piercing mountain. The Lord Mountain Guardian smiled. It's been more than 200 years. Jiang Xi smiled. The flow of time in the sky-piercing mountain river diagram was the same as the original universe. 50 years in the ancient Tao source world was equivalent to 180 years in the original universe. In addition to the time before entering the ancient Tao source world, it had indeed been more than 200 years. I know you like to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. How many stages do you plan to pass in such a long time? Let me guess. Based on your style, you won't just pass the 8th stage. 9th stage? Or maybe the 10th stage? The Lord Mountain Guardian said with interest. Nascent soul stage disciples at the 4th heaven of the Purple Heaven sect were all at least at the 10th stage. Although there was a 10th stage, the Lord Mountain Guardian didn't really think that Jiang Xi could pass it. It had only been more than 200 years, and Jiang Xi's talent was already heaven-defying if he could pass the 9th stage. Watch and see. Jiang Xi understood the meaning behind the Lord Mountain Guardian's words. Oh? The Lord Mountain Guardian was surprised and smiled. You're very confident. Go ahead, the Green Lotus sky-piercing mountain just happens to be empty. Jiang Xi nodded and flew away. The Lord Mountain Guardian looked at Jiang Xi's back and suddenly smiled. Many of the sect's higher-ups have placed their bets on this kid and are very concerned about his progress. This time, after 200 years, I'm going to pass the sky-piercing mountain again. I have to inform them. He took out his communication pearl and sent out dozens of messages. Among the Purple Heaven sect's disciples, Jiang Xi was a dazzling new star. He was already known as a rare genius, second only to the epic geniuses. An epic was 36 million years. The so-called epic geniuses were hard to come by in an epic. Sometimes, only one would be seen in hundreds or thousands of epics. Epic geniuses were very rare, so Jiang Xi's attention became the highest among the young disciples. 9th Tribulation Transcendent Yi Liang received the message. After checking it with his spiritual sense, he smiled. Jiang Xi, that kid, is he going to cause trouble again? Yi Liang's eyes lit up. The young geniuses of the same generation as him often went to the sky-piercing mountain in recent years. Only this Jiang Xi likes to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Ji Wei, whose talent was ahead of his, has already passed the 8th level. Which level will he pass this time? The 8th? Or the 9th? Yi Liang didn't think about the 10th level because he subconsciously believed that it was impossible. Immediately after, his spiritual sense entered the sky-piercing mountain and river painting and arrived at the starry sky continent where the sky-piercing mountain was located. He hid in the starry sky and overlooked the green lotus sky-piercing mountain. At the same time, Wine Sword Immortal Nangong, Misty Mountain Immortal, Thousand Flames Immortal, and other tribulation transcendent powerhouses also entered the sky-piercing mountain and river painting with their spiritual senses. Among this group of tribulation transcendent powerhouses, some were 9th tribulation transcendent, some were 8th tribulation transcendent, and only a few were 7th tribulation transcendent. Everyone is here. Wine Sword Immortal looked around. Sword Immortal Nangong grumpily said, "Humph, look at how proud you are." When Jiang Xi had become a disciple, Sword Immortal Nangong and Wine Sword Immortal had competed with each other. In the end, Wine Sword Immortal became Jiang Xi's disciple and Sword Immortal Nangong lost. Wine Sword Immortal Nangong was still brooding over this matter. In particular, as Jiang Xi's talent became better and better, he felt that he had missed out on a good disciple. "Zhongli, your luck is really good. You managed to take in a genius like Jiang Xi as your disciple, and many higher-ups of the sect think highly of him. Sir True Monarch directly under me ordered me to pay close attention to Jiang Xi's situation, so I immediately rushed over," another 9th Tribulation Transcender said. "That's right." The others nodded in agreement. Wine Sword Immortal laughed, very carefree. Then, he said to Immortal Yi Liang, "I think you should quickly report this matter to True Monarch Iron Mountain. Otherwise, my disciple will cause a big commotion in the future, and the other true monarchs of the sect will personally come and snatch him away." Snatch him away? Immortal Yi Liang looked around. Although his expression didn't change, he was somewhat worried in his heart. What Wine Sword Immortal said was the truth. Not to mention the future, if Jiang Xi made a big breakthrough this time, some of the true monarchs of the sect would surely make a move on him. When a 4th Tribulation Transcender disciple rushed to the Heavenspan Mountain, nearly 100 7th Tribulation Transcender powerhouses of the Immortal Path and above came, it was clear enough. First change, then spread. Chapter 515. The Purple Heavens sect was one of the 9 great immortal sects that stood at the peak of the human race. It was normal for the sects to have many factions and compete with each other. The true monarchs would try their best to rope in some tribulation transcender powerhouses in order to increase the strength of their sections. Because there were many things that the true monarchs could not do in person, they could only let their subordinates do it. Where did tribulation transcender powerhouses come from? Naturally, they were the top geniuses who had shown outstanding talent before becoming an immortal. Jiang Xi belonged to this category. However, he had only passed the 7th level of the sky-piercing mountain, so it was not worth it to pay a huge price to rope him in. If Jiang Xi had a big breakthrough this time and passed the 9th level, some true monarchs would definitely try to rope in Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi had entered the Purple Heavens sect for less than 1,000 years, and he already had such strength. When he transcended tribulation to become an immortal in the future, he would at least be able to transcend 6 tribulations, and he would have a great chance of becoming a 9th tribulation transcender. A 9th tribulation transcender was the right-hand man of the true monarchs. I have to remind the true monarchs when I go back. Yi Liang thought. At this time, the group of tribulation transcender powerhouses saw Jiang Xi climb the green lotus sky-piercing mountain. An 8th tribulation transcender smiled and said, "Which level do you think Jiang Xi will pass this time?" "It's definitely not just the 8th level. That young genius from the same batch as him, Ji Wei, passed the 8th level a few years ago. I'm guessing the 9th level. He has cultivated in the ancient Tao source world for 50 years, and his speed of improvement is many times faster than in the original universe. At most, the 9th level. If he can pass it, it will be shocking enough. It's impossible for him to pass the 10th level. The difficulty of the sky-piercing mountain increases by a large step every 3 levels. Don't be so sure. If he passes the 10th level, you will all be shocked. Zhongli, you are Jiang Xi's master, so you know him the best. Tell us. Finally, everyone's eyes gathered on the Wine Sword Immortal. Wine Sword Immortal pretended to be mysterious and lightly smiled, just watch. In the past 50 years, Jiang Xi had often consulted him about the Sword Dao, so he knew his disciples' strength the best. The 9th level? He knew that the sect was probably going to be lively this time. A 9th Tribulation Transcender said, "The battle has begun." Everyone's gaze turned back to the Green Lotus Heavenly Mountain. They could see through the illusory space of each stage. In the illusory space of the 8th level, above the endless mountain range, Jiang Xi and the armored gatekeeper stood opposite each other. The battle began. Sword chi filled the air. Jiang Xi fought with the gatekeeper for a while before killing him. Stage 8, passed. It's a bit strenuous. It seems that the difficulty of passing the 9th stage is not small. Not bad, the 9th stage is a little difficult. But soon, the Tribulation Transcender powerhouses that were still discussing this matter calmed down. Because in the illusory space of the 9th level, Jiang Xi once again fought with the gatekeeper and killed him. Stage 9, passed. Next was the 10th level. The guardian of this level had a spiritual energy amplitude of 10,000 times. Of course, Jiang Xi was able to pass through easily. However, he still had to exchange several blows with his opponent before killing him. He was here to test his battle prowess, so naturally, he had to do a good test in every round. And so, stage 10, passed. Then, the same thing happened in the 11th level. Jiang Xi did not easily kill his opponent, but he did not encounter any difficulties either. Stage 11, passed. Above the starry sky continent where the 44 sky-piercing mountains were located, the group of immortal Dao experts were all dumbfounded, shocked, and horrified. How is this possible? Even if the cultivation speed in the ancient Dao origin world is 10 times faster than in the original universe, cultivating for 50 years is only equivalent to cultivating for 500 years in the original universe. In just 500 years, his strength has risen from the 7th level to the 11th level. You should have noticed that the sword Dao he displayed in the 11th level is already at the perfected sword intent realm. This is at least a 6th Tribulation Sword Immortals Dao technique realm. What terrifying talent! And it's obvious that he hasn't displayed his full strength yet. This means that there's a possibility that he can reach even higher levels. These immortal Dao powerhouses that were at least 7 Tribulation Transcender were really frightened. Their faces were filled with disbelief. In their view, Jiang Xi's cultivation speed was completely illogical. The improvement of one's strength should have been slower and slower. Why was Jiang Xi improving faster and faster? One had to know that he was only at the nascent soul stage. If he reached the Dao integration stage, where one's cultivation speed was even faster, how fast would Jiang Xi improve? What a monster! Everyone sighed. This made them think of the more talented geniuses of the previous epoch. For example, a recent genius from the Dao sect, True Lord Baoyan, had the strength of a 7 Tribulation Transcender when he was at the Dao integration stage. With Jiang Xi's current cultivation speed, there was a certain chance that he could reach this step when he reached the Dao integration stage. Although the probability was very small, it was not impossible. Most importantly, Jiang Xi had only cultivated for a short period of time. Many of those geniuses had cultivated for thousands of years. How long had Jiang Xi cultivated? It was probably less than 1,000 years. What they did not know was that Jiang Xi's actual cultivation time was actually less than 300 years. If they knew, they would definitely increase this probability by a level. Speaking of which, the Cloud Summit competition for the Nascent Soul stage is coming soon. I remember that among the 10 Nascent Soul stage old disciples of the Fourth Firmament, the strongest one only passed the 11th level of the Sky Connecting Mountain. Moreover, they have cultivated for thousands of years. This Jiang Xi has only cultivated for a few hundred years, and he's already as strong as those Fourth Firmament geniuses. From the looks of it, he's going to continue. Is he going to pass the 12th level? The 12th level is very difficult. I'm not sure. Everyone fell into a short silence again. They did not know what to say about this terrifying talent. Sky connecting mountain, 12th level, illusory space. It was still an endless mountain range, and Jiang Xi's figure appeared in the sky above the mountain range. 1,000 miles away, there was a guard wearing armor and carrying a long sword on his back. He was not angry that Jiang Xi had passed 4 levels in a row. Instead, he laughed. I haven't seen a little guy like you for many years. However, among the nascent soul stage geniuses of the 3 sects and 6 sects, no one has been able to pass the 12th level. Now I'm here. Jiang Xi laughed. Very confident. However, compared to the previous level, my ability is much stronger. If you want to pass, show me your true ability. The guard laughed. Zhang. The long sword on his back was unsheathed. A powerful Daoist rhyme that surpassed the level of sword will instantly spread throughout the entire illusory space. Jiang Xi did not underestimate his opponent. Soaring sword will accompany the appearance of the red cloud sword. In terms of spiritual energy amplitude, the previous guard of the 11th level had a spiritual energy amplitude of 19,000 times. It was very close to his sword will amplitude of 20,000 times. However, in a battle between the strong, the slightest difference could determine the outcome. The difference of 100 times allowed Jiang Xi to pass the 11th level. At the 12th level, the guard's spiritual energy amplitude had increased to 28,000 times. It had increased by 9,000 times. This was a huge increase. It will be difficult to defeat him with just sword will. Unless I use the cloud bookcase 7 swords or something else. In the previous levels, he had only displayed his sword will. He did not use the other 3 Daoist techniques or secret techniques. I'll use the cloud bookcase 7 swords then. Jiang Xi instantly made a decision. If he wanted to save some trump cards, just sword will and the cloud bookcase 7 swords were enough. It was a good opportunity to test the power of the cloud bookcase 7 swords. With that thought, the battle began. Boom! The guard's sword carried a Daoist rhyme that surpassed the level of sword will. The blade pierced through the air. Cracks appeared in the space and it was about to shatter. The unstoppable aura had completely locked onto Jiang Xi. If Jiang Xi could not block it, he would be killed by this sword. Faced with this situation, Jiang Xi changed his previous fighting style. 105 huge sword will green lotuses suddenly appeared in front of him. Then, these green lotuses spiraled and instantly merged into the red cloud sword in a mysterious way. Boom! Heaven and earth changed color. The aura rising from the red cloud sword was like a crimson dragon that stirred heaven and earth. One sword! Jiang Xi shouted. Whoosh! He held his sword and his figure streaked across the sky. He took the initiative to meet the attack. The speed of the two was extremely fast. They left behind afterimages in the illusory space. It was as if they were frozen in the air. Space was still. In the next moment, the tips of the 2 swords collided. Buzz! A burst of immortal Dao power was produced in the collision. A powerful immortal Dao power erupted. Boom! Boom! A huge energy storm swept through the air and shattered the space. Terrifying cracks began to appear on the seemingly indestructible mountain range below as well. However, after Jiang Xi's sword blocked the guard's sword, its aura did not change. The mysterious aura on the sword did not weaken at all. Scarlet Heaven's sword slashed through the surging energy storm. Meanwhile, the guard had to divert his attention to resist the energy storm. Jiang Xi's sword was so fast that the guard could not block it. In the energy storm, it pierced through the guard's head and destroyed his primordial spirit. The 12th stage passed. Jiang Xi did not observe the subsequent changes in the illusory space. He left the illusory space and continued to fly toward the next stage. The 13th stage. Jiang Ci was excited. If he did not reveal more trump cards, it would be quite difficult for him to pass this stage. However, wasn't this a challenge? At this moment, the Tribulation Transcender powerhouses watching Jiang Ci pass through the stages were completely shocked. The 12th stage, only one sword. That should be a pinnacle sword Dao mystic technique, the Cloud Bookish 7 swords. Sword Immortal Nangong said in disbelief. He suddenly looked toward Wine Sword Immortal. You bought it for him? That's right, it's the Cloud Bookish 7 swords. Wine Sword Immortal chuckled. Of course, it's only the first 3 swords. I can't afford any more. Gasp, the first 3 swords cost 10 billion points. How generous. Another 7 Tribulation Sword Immortal gasped. His eyes were filled with envy. He could not afford it. Sword Immortal Nangong shook his head with a bitter smile and did not say anything. He admired Wine Sword Immortal's boldness. If it were him, he probably would not have bought such an expensive mystic technique for his disciple. No, not probably, he definitely would not have done so. Therefore, he admired Wine Sword Immortal. Start first, then change later. Chapter 5:16. The fact that Jiang Ci had passed the 12th level shocked all the Tribulation Transcender powerhouses present. Even Wine Sword Immortal, who believed that he understood Jiang Ci's strength the best, was shocked. This kid, I knew that he had comprehended the first sword of the Cloud Bookish 7 swords 10 years ago. I didn't expect that he would reach the master level in just 10 years. According to Wine Sword Immortal's guess, Jiang Ci would be able to pass the 11th level. From the looks of it, Jiang Ci might have a chance to pass the 13th level. He's really a pleasant surprise. Wine Sword Immortal liked this kind of shock, and it didn't matter if there were more. Different from everyone else's shock, 9 Tribulation Transcender Yi Liang was also shocked, but he was more worried. Passing the 12th level at the Primordial Soul stage. Such a terrifying talent. He was certain that once word of Riverward's results got out, True Monarch Iron Mountain's wall would probably be dug up. The difficulty of the sky-piercing mountain rises by a large step every 3 levels. Can he pass the 13th level? Yi Liang's mood was very complicated. On one hand, he was looking forward to Jiang Ci's results increasing, but on the other hand, he hoped that Jiang Ci would stop here. Can he pass the 13th level? Many people asked in their hearts. But this time, no one dared to jump to a conclusion. On the Green Lotus sky-piercing mountain, Jiang Ci appeared in the illusory space of the 13th level. In this level, the strength of the Guardian will increase substantially. Just the spiritual energy amplitude alone will reach 37,000 times. My basic spiritual energy amplitude is 20,000 times. With just my sword path and the Cloud Bookish 7 swords, it should be very difficult for me to pass this level. Jiang Ci took a deep breath. However, it was precisely because of this that his real strength could be tested. At this time, the Guardian said with a smile, "It's been a long time since a Primordial Soul stage brat came to pass the 13th level. I hope you can pass it today. Please." Jiang Ci said with a serious expression. The battle began. The Guardian instantly used the Green Lotus sword path, and thousands of green lotuses covered the entire space. Countless sword chi condensed, turning this space into a world of sword chi rampaged. All of a sudden, thousands of green lotuses, accompanied by sword chi, turned into a giant sword engraved with green lotus patterns that whistled towards Jiang Ci. Whoosh! Jiang Ci also made his move at the same time. 350 green lotuses of sword Dao appeared and merged into the red cloud sword in a mysterious way. Once again, he used the first sword of the Cloud Manual 7 swords. However, its power was 3 times stronger than when it was at the 12th level. Wang! A mysterious aura rose up and also transformed into a huge sword. Although it was only 3,000 feet long, its aura was not inferior to the Guardian's 10,000 feet long sword. A sword strike. First, their auras collided. The Guardian's giant sword carried an ultimate Taoist rhyme that surpassed the level of sword intent. Jiang Xi's giant sword was formed from the profound intent of the cloud bookcase 7 swords. Voila! The originally intact illusory space began to shatter, turning into spatial turbulence. The two giant swords collided together. Phew, there was no sound between heaven and earth. Only strands of dazzling light could be seen. At the same time, there was a brief stagnation in the space turbulence. Boom! The next moment, there was a sound that resounded through heaven and earth. At the center of the collision, the dazzling light became incomparably dazzling. The stagnant space turbulence roared and swept out again. The 3,000 feet long cloud bookcase sword only paused for a moment before it pierced through the air again. On the other hand, the 10,000 feet long Green Lotus giant sword was repelled by thousands of kilometers. My sword is stronger. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. Although the Guardian's Green Lotus sword Dao was far superior to his, the actual power it could unleash was inferior to the first sword of the Cloud Bookcase 7 swords. This was because the Guardian did not use any secret combat techniques. It was purely the power of the sword Dao. Boom boom boom. The two sides clashed again. The two giant swords clashed in the space turbulence, bursts of power comparable to that of an immortal Dao expert erupted. Of course, when they fought, it was not a simple collision. The cloud bookcase sword shuttled through space in a mysterious way, making it impossible to guard against. Once it found the right opportunity, it could end the Guardian's life. The Green Lotus giant sword was completely brute force. It rampaged as if it wanted to destroy everything. However, this kind of barbaric attack seemed tyrannical, but there were many loopholes. In addition, the cloud bookcase sword already had the upper hand. After several collisions, it finally bypassed the Green Lotus giant sword and pierced through space, arriving at the Guardian's side. Not good. The Guardian's expression changed greatly. He had to maintain the same cultivation level as Jiang Xi, which was the late-stage Essence Soul stage. In such an urgent situation, he simply could not react in time. Whoosh! The cloud bookcase sword directly crushed the Guardian's body and annihilated his Essence Soul. The Guardian was dead. The 13th trial had been passed. In the sky above this starry sky continent, nearly 100 Tribulation Transcender powerhouses saw this scene. They were not just shocked, but also solemn. How many years had it been since someone at the Essence Soul stage passed the 13th trial of the sky-piercing mountain? Over the countless years, there had been countless geniuses from the 3 schools and 6 sects of the Tao Alliance. Of course, there were also people at the Essence Soul stage who could reach this step. Most of those people later became true monarchs that could shake the myriad races in the universe. At the very least, they could become 9th Tribulation Transcenders. But the problem was that when those people reached this step, the time they took to cultivate was much longer than Riverward. He's only cultivated for a few hundred years. We've just witnessed the birth of a new era's genius. This time, it's really going to be lively. Look, he's going to continue. Jiang Xi walked along the stone steps toward the 14th trial of the Green Lotus sky-piercing mountain. It was already very strenuous just now. It's unlikely that I can pass the 14th trial with just my sword path and the cloud bookcase 7 swords, unless I expose some more trump cards. He was weighing the pros and cons. Was it good or bad to expose too many trump cards? It's about time. I'm only here to test my strength. I'm not here to show off. Jiang Xi made a decision. He really was not here to show off. After continuously passing through the mountains, he had a clear understanding of his strength and roughly knew what level he was at. Generally speaking, if one could pass the 10th trial of the sky-piercing mountain, they would have the strength of a first tribulation transcender. After passing the 13th trial of the sky-piercing mountain, their strength would surpass that of a third tribulation transcender. In other words, his current combat strength in the sword path alone had reached the level of a third tribulation transcender. If he included his Tao fusion technique and Tao pattern technique, his combat strength would be even stronger. He arrived at the illusory space of the 14th trial. The guardian solemnly said, "If you're not hiding your strength, you won't be able to pass this trial." Jiang Xi chuckled and said, "Let's give it a try." He was indeed here to give it a try. The battle began, and the two sides condensed two giant swords again. But this time, the momentum of the Green Lotus giant sword completely crushed the Cloud Bookcase sword. Boom! The Green Lotus giant sword instantly defeated the Cloud Bookcase sword and then fell on Jiang Xi's body. Jiang Xi had no room to resist. He failed to pass the trial. The Tribulation Transcender powerhouses that were watching the battle heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. He finally fell, but immediately afterward, they looked at each other and suddenly laughed at themselves. They were all Tribulation Transcender powerhouses, but this time, they were shocked by a little guy at the Primordial Soul stage. However, everyone was clear. The main reason was that Jiang Xi's performance was too heaven-defying. He passed 6 trials in a row and directly passed the 13th trial. If he was a Dao integration stage cultivator that had cultivated for nearly 10,000 years, it would be normal. But Jiang Xi was just a Primordial Soul stage cultivator that had cultivated for only a few hundred years. This was abnormal. Zhongli, congratulations. Zhongli, this time, not only is Nangong jealous of you, even I am jealous. Yes, such a genius disciple can't be seen in an era. His luck is too good. These Tribulation Transcender powerhouses looked at the Wine Sword Immortal. Some congratulated him, some ridiculed him, and some envied him. The lifespan of a 9th Tribulation Transcender was only 100,000 years. It was completely dependent on luck to accept a heaven-defying disciple. Huh. The Wine Sword Immortal laughed heartily. In fact, he was also shocked. Jiang Xi's performance was far beyond his expectations. He knew that Jiang Xi was hiding a lot of secrets. However, he didn't intend to pry. As his master, he naturally hoped that Jiang Xi would have more opportunities. The Wine Sword Immortal looked at the nearby immortal Yi Liang and joked, "Yi Liang, I just reminded you that this disciple of mine is going to become a hot commodity." Yi Liang smiled helplessly and left the heaven-connecting mountain and river diagram with his spiritual sense. He had to quickly inform True Monarch Iron Mountain. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep his position. The nearly 100 Tribulation Transcender powerhouses present also disappeared one after another, returning to report this matter to their respective True Monarchs. A genius monster had appeared in the sect. This time, it was going to be lively. No matter how big the universe was, it couldn't stop the transmission of messages through the communication pearl. With the help of the communication pearl, the speed at which information was transmitted was simply too fast. In just 10 minutes, the true monarchs of the various factions of the Purple Heavens sect were informed of the situation. Then, in another 10 minutes, the higher-ups of the Dao Alliance were informed. In the 6th heaven of the Purple Heavens sect, in the palace of True Monarch Iron Mountain on the black starry sky, Yi Liang reported on Jiang Xi's situation in the heaven-connecting mountain. When he mentioned that Jiang Xi had passed 6 trials in a row and passed the 13th trial, True Monarch Iron Mountain couldn't help but tremble. True Lord Iron Mountain, who was sitting on the throne, could no longer sit still. He stood up abruptly, his face full of shock. "You said he passed the 13th trial?" "Yes, and he only used the Sword Dao and the Peak Combat Mystic technique, the Cloud Book 7 swords. He didn't use any other techniques," Yi Liang said respectfully. "Just the Sword Dao alone is already terrifying, and he only cultivated for a few hundred years. Such talent is comparable to that of the Sword Gates Lu Yen from 8 million years ago. A peerless genius." True Monarch Iron Mountain sat down again and regained his composure. The Sword Gates Lu Yen was also a prodigy of the New Age. He had passed 4 trials in his first attempt at the heaven-connecting mountain. Then, he cultivated in the ancient Dao origin world for 30 years and finally passed the 10th trial. Hence, Jiang Xi's current performance was even worse than Lu Yan's. In fact, even if Jiang Xi used all his trump cards, he might not be able to compare to Lu Yan. This was because Liu Yan had cultivated for even less time than Jiang Xi, less than 100 years. He was a walking cheat. Cultivating was as easy as drinking water for him. He had once been favored by many of the higher-ups of the human race, and they believed that he had a chance of becoming the next Tao Lord. It was a pity that before this peerless genius could grow up, he had fallen in an adventure. Chapter 517. My lord, a genius like Jiang Xi is the type that will only get stronger and stronger. As the time he spends cultivating increases, his cultivation speed will probably increase even faster in the future. The other true monarchs of the sect will definitely try their best to rope in Jiang Xi. If a sword true monarch is willing to accept Jiang Xi as a disciple, Jiang Xi probably won't refuse. At that time, with the master-disciple relationship, Jiang Xi will become a member of another sect, Liang said. True monarch Iron Mountain didn't cultivate the sword Dao. He only became Jiang Xi's direct true monarch because he presided over Jiang Xi's 9 regions genius competition. Seeing that true monarch Iron Mountain was silent, Liang said, "My lord, I suggest that you immediately summon Jiang Xi." Of course I understand what you're saying. True monarch Iron Mountain nodded slightly, and said, Jiang Xi's talent at the beginning wasn't the best, not even comparable to Ji Wei. But now, in less than 300 years, he has left Ji Wei far behind. This is a true epic genius that might not appear even once in 1,000 epics. It's normal for people to try to poach him. Then shouldn't you summon him immediately? Liang was puzzled. As true monarch Iron Mountain's right-hand man, he was very concerned about the overall strength of this sect. He could foresee that as long as Jiang Xi continued to develop normally, he would definitely become a 9th tribulation transcender. At that time, their sect's strength in the sect would greatly increase. True monarch Iron Mountain shook his head, and said, I also want to summon him immediately, but this little guy blocked all transmissions, so I can't contact him. I sent him a message, but he didn't reply. Blocked? Liang was stunned. Then, he immediately reacted. Jiang Xi probably already knew that many true monarchs would try to rope him in or take him as a disciple. However, he was just a nascent soul cultivator, and he didn't dare to directly reject the true monarchs. If he blocked all transmissions, no one would be able to contact him. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about offending those big shots. After some time, when the storm calmed down, he would be able to choose the best one among the many invitations. A smart move. Liang sighed. Not only was he talented, but he was also very experienced in dealing with matters. Let's leave it at that for now. We can't interfere with his final decision. True monarch Iron Mountain smiled. He knew very well that in terms of competitiveness, he was no match for some of the ancient true monarchs of the sect who had lived for countless years. Now, it was up to Jiang Xi to make his own choice. At the same time, the matter of Jiang Xi clearing the Heavenspan Mountain's 13th hurdle also spread among the foreign races. At the border of the Tao Alliance's true mystic region, in a distant desolate galaxy. Within a rarely known estate world. Dark clouds covered the sky, and wisps of dark blue flames danced on the ground. The entire world was filled with a gloomy aura. At the center of the world, the blue flames converged into Luhaiyang. A black mountain over 1,000,000 kilometers tall stood in the middle of the dark blue ocean. At the top of the mountain, there was a huge palace made of bones. The master of the palace was called Third Ghost King Bai. He was the strongest ghost clan cultivator hiding in the human territory. A white-eyed woman flew into the Palace of Bones at an extremely fast speed. Although she was a 9th tribulation ghost immortal, she didn't dare to recklessly enter this terrifying palace. The white-eyed woman respectfully said outside the palace, I would like to see the Ghost King. Only true monarchs of the Ghost Clan had the right to add the words, Ghost King, to their names. Come in. A voice seemed to come from beyond the heavens. The white-eyed woman hurriedly entered the Palace of Bones on the first floor. In the main hall, a figure that looked like an evil spirit was surrounded by balls of dark blue flames. What's the matter? Third Ghost King Bai asked. Your Majesty, this is information regarding the human genius Jiang Xi, the white-eyed woman said respectfully. Oh? The one who failed the assassination last time. What about him? Third Ghost King Bai was interested. This was because he had personally ordered the assassination last time. Being able to escape the assassination of a third tribulation ghost immortal from the Silver Yiksha clan had already proved the threat Jiang Xi posed. According to the information from our scouts, Jiang Xi has just cleared the 13th hurdle of the Heavenspan Mountain, the white-eyed woman hurriedly said. The 13th hurdle? I remember that he has cultivated for less than 1,000 years. Third Ghost King Bai was a little surprised. Yes, such talent is already at the level of an epic genius. Even compared to the previous epic geniuses Lu Yen and Bao Yen Perfected Lord, there is not much difference. If he is allowed to grow, he will definitely be a great threat to us, the white-eyed woman said solemnly. A genius at the level of Lu Yen and Bao Yen Perfected Lord? Third Ghost King Bai's finger lightly tapped on the throne. After a moment of silence, he said, 8 million years ago, in order to assassinate Lu Yen, I lost a large number of experts. Now that we have to assassinate Jiang Xi, I no longer have any suitable spies to carry out the assassination mission. The higher the cultivation of a spy, the more difficult it would be to hide. If they wanted to assassinate Jiang Xi now, they would need to be at least at the 6th tribulation stage to have a certain degree of confidence. Pass down the order, put Jiang Xi as the number 1 target on the assassination list. Third Ghost King Bai said with a smile. Yes. The white-eyed woman also smiled. The human race occupied the best territory in the universe, and their enemies were not only the ghost race, but also the demon race and many other races. Putting Jiang Xi as the number 1 target on the assassination list would bring more attention to Jiang Xi. At that time, even if the ghost race did not make a move, the other races would. This was a starry sky continent in the middle of the universe, where a top race that depended on the human race lived. The demon race had opened up a grotto heaven world here as their hidden headquarters in the human race's territory. In the grotto heaven world, there were thousands of mountains. A huge palace floated above the thousands of mountains. At this moment, a figure covered in scales knelt in the main hall. Above the main hall, on a huge throne, sat a demon king that was thousands of feet tall. His long tail was tens of thousands of feet long, and it swayed gently. My king, our spy in the Purple Firmament sect has sent back news. The human race genius Jiang Xi has only cultivated for a few hundred years, and he has passed the 13th stage of the Skyspan Mountain. He is already at the level of an epic genius. However, he is now in the human race's holy land, the ancient Tao origin world, and we can't find a chance to assassinate him, the scaled figure said respectfully. The ancient Tao origin world is guarded by Tao Lord 9 firmaments. You still want to assassinate him there? The long-tailed demon king laughed. Don't think about assassinating Jiang Xi for now. When he reaches the Tao integration stage, he will definitely go to the extraterritorial battlefield. At that time, there will be a lot of opportunities. Jiang Xi, who was being watched by all parties, was not aware of the situation outside. He only knew that there would definitely be many powerful existences contacting and recruiting him this time. Therefore, after he passed the Skyspan Mountain, he used his spiritual sense to block his communication pearl. He could not receive any messages or messages. He cultivated in the stone house and did not go anywhere. 3 days later, Jiang Xi removed the block on his communication pearl. Instantly, hundreds of accumulated messages came to him. He scanned with his spiritual sense and found that there were a total of 514 messages. To be honest, Jiang Xi was very surprised. He did not expect that so many perfected lords would send him messages. Among them, 428 were from perfected lords. There were perfected lords from various sects and some perfected lords guarding the Zixiao region's 400th star zone. In addition to these perfected lords, there were also some tribulation transcender experts. In addition, his good friends from the 9 regions genius tournament, such as Mu Ning, Yan Jiufeng, Ji Wei, and others, also knew about this matter. With his powerful spiritual sense, Jiang Xi quickly browsed through these messages. Those geniuses that are said to only appear once in a million or 10 million years are not worth the perfected Lord's attention. It's different for the epic geniuses. Not many of these perfected lords can sit still. Jiang Xi chuckled. From the content of these messages, he could feel the friendly attitude of the perfected lords. There was nothing domineering or coercive. Most of them encouraged him in the messages and then revealed their intention to take him in as a disciple. After that, he only replied to Mu Ning and other good friends because he did not know how to reply to the perfected lords. If he met a narrow-minded person, he would have provoked a big-shot enemy for no reason. Jiang Xi thought for a while, got up, left the stone house, and went to the palace of his master, the Wine Sword Immortal. He easily went to the pavilion behind the main hall. Sure enough, his master was waiting there. "Greetings, master." Jiang Xi respectfully bowed. "I thought you would wait for half a month before coming out." The Wine Sword Immortal smiled and drank a mouthful of wine. After causing such a big commotion, it's not a good idea to keep dragging it out. Jiang Xi smiled. "It seems that many perfected lords have sent you messages this time," the Wine Sword Immortal said. "Yes, more than 400 perfected lords. Almost all of them want to take me in as a disciple." Jiang Xi nodded. "Haha, that's a bit too many." The Wine Sword Immortal laughed and then said, "However, it's normal. After all, you are an epic genius and have only cultivated for a short time. According to past experience, as long as an epic genius doesn't die, even the weakest one can become a seventh tribulation transcender after becoming an immortal. Almost half of them can become a ninth tribulation transcender, and a few can become a perfected lord. That's why they are fighting to take you in as a disciple. It's because the master-disciple relationship is the closest." Jiang Xi slightly nodded. This was the truth. The stronger one was, the longer their lifespan. After becoming a ninth tribulation transcender, their lifespan would be 100,000 years. As for those perfected lords, they had endless lifespan. In a long life, those who were related to them by blood might gradually pass away. In the end, the closest person to them would be their master. This was the most reliable relationship. The perfected lords were fighting to take him in as a disciple because they valued this point. When Jiang Xi truly grew up, he could become their right-hand man. If he was lucky enough to reverse life and death and become a Tao immortal or perfected lord, both master and disciple would be perfected lords. In the future, when fighting between factions and exploring the universe together, their chances of success would be greater. They wouldn't have to worry about sneak attacks or plots. In novels, deceiving one's master and destroying one's ancestors was actually very rare. The human race respected their masters. This was a tradition that hadn't died out even after countless years. Just like many vicious people, no matter how bad their actions were, they would rarely lay their hands on their masters. The Wine Sword Immortal smiled and asked, "Have you thought about who you want to take as your master?" "Master?" Jiang Xi frowned. In fact, he didn't plan to take anyone else as his master. The Wine Sword Immortal taught him so wholeheartedly. There was no reason for him to change his master. Start first, then change later. Chapter 518. In the pavilion, Jiang Xi sat upright and still, looking very serious. Wine Sword Immortal, on the other hand, was much more casual, with his clothes unbuttoned. Seeing Jiang Xi's serious expression, he smiled and said, "Don't be bound by some complicated formalities. We humans do pay attention to respecting our masters, but there's no rule that says we can't have more than one master. Actually, many experts will choose to learn from other masters on their path of growth. For example, I had many masters before I became an immortal. Because everyone's understanding of cultivation and Tao arts is different. Through taking a master, one can absorb different concepts and gather the strengths of a myriad of schools to become stronger." Jiang Xi nodded slowly, no longer insisting on his previous thoughts. Moreover, even if he took another expert as his master, it wouldn't affect his relationship with Wine Sword Immortal. But, Master, so many perfected lords have sent me messages, and I don't know them well. Who's strong, who's weak, who's more suitable, I'm not sure. It's not easy to choose, Jiang Xi said. In fact, if he really had to choose a master, he would lean towards True Lord 6 Virtuous. This ancient existence had once guided him in the Sword Tao. Unfortunately, True Lord 6 Virtuous didn't send him a message. I have a suitable candidate, Wine Sword Immortal suddenly said seriously, putting away his casual attitude. Oh? Which perfected lord? Jiang Xi asked. Not a perfected lord. Wine Sword Immortal shook his head and said seriously, it's Tao Lord 9 Firmaments. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments. Jiang Xi was shocked. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments was the strongest expert in the Purple Firmament sect, guarding the ancient Tao origin world. Moreover, the only city in the ancient Tao origin world, 9 Firmament City, was named after Tao Lord 9 Firmaments. He was definitely one of the top 3 existences in the human race. Master, but Tao Lord 9 Firmaments didn't send me a message. Do I have to go to 9 Firmaments Palace myself? Jiang Xi hurriedly asked. It was still unknown whether the other party would accept him if he took the initiative. Indeed, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments didn't send you a message. Wine Sword Immortal smiled and then said, however, 2 days ago, he sent someone to tell me that I can accept you as a registered disciple. Jiang Xi suddenly understood. He knew that his master had a certain connection with Tao Lord 9 Firmaments. The most obvious example was 200 years ago when the Wine Sword Immortal requested for a dharmic decree from the Tao Lord of the 9 Heavens in order to save him. If they didn't have a relationship, they wouldn't be able to do that. Just a registered disciple? Jiang Xi asked. The personal disciples of Tao Lord 9 Firmaments are basically all perfected Lord level experts. You're still at the Essence Soul realm. It's already pretty good that you can become an in-name disciple. The Wine Sword Immortal chuckled. Jiang Xi nodded slowly. 1 era, 36 million years. 10,000 epochs was only 360 billion years. In the eyes of a Tao Lord, it was probably equivalent to a year in the life of a mortal. A powerful existence like Tao Lord 9 Firmaments had seen countless epochs of geniuses over the course of countless eons. To be able to accept him as an in-name disciple was already very rare. Do you know who the master of the current Heavenly Court's Emperor is? The Wine Sword Immortal asked again. Could it be Tao Lord 9 Firmaments? Jiang Xi was shocked. That's right. The Wine Sword Immortal nodded and said, you don't feel like you're at a loss now, right? The reason why the Emperor could become the master of the Tao Alliance's heavenly courts and rule over the human race is because he's strong. Another reason is because of Tao Lord 9 Firmament's support. After hearing the confirmation, Jiang Xi's face was filled with shock. This was definitely a huge secret. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments was the master of the heavenly court's emperor. To the human race, the Tao Alliance's heavenly courts was the highest authority that ruled over the massive human territories. As the master of the heavenly courts, the emperor stood at the very top of the heavenly courts. Needless to say, his strength was definitely one of the top experts of the human race. Then, how strong was Tao Lord 9 Firmaments? Jiang Xi thought that he was at least one of the top 3 existences of the human race. Don't look down on him just because he's an in-name disciple. In terms of status in the human race, an in-name disciple of Tao Lord 9 Firmaments is definitely higher than a personal disciple of a perfected lord. Furthermore, when your cultivation increases or you display greater talent in the future, you'll have a chance to become a personal disciple of Tao Lord 9 Firmaments. By then, no one in the human race will dare to offend you. People like Chao Tu will even hide far away from you. The Wine Sword Immortal added. Jiang Xi nodded. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments was definitely a huge backer, there was no doubt about that. In the entire human race, probably only the Daoist sect's tomorrow's supremacy could suppress Tao Lord 9 Firmaments. Of course, those foreign races will definitely not give face to Tao Lord 9 Firmaments. The Wine Sword Immortal took a sip of wine. Jiang Xi laughed as well. It would be strange if the foreign races gave face to him. If he really acknowledged Tao Lord in Nine Firmaments as his master, the foreign races would probably raise his assassination ranking very quickly. At this point, Jiang Ci had already made up his mind to acknowledge Tao Lord in Nine Firmaments as his master. Master, is there anything I need to pay attention to when I visit Tao Lord Nine Firmaments? Jiang Ci asked. Something I need to pay attention to. The Wine Sword Immortal thought for a moment and said solemnly, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments is an expert who has contributed greatly to the human race. When you meet him, you must be respectful. You can't be as casual as you are in front of me. Your disciple will bear that in mind. Jiang Ci said respectfully. Oh right, before you meet Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, remember to meet True Lord Iron Mountain. He's your direct True Lord and should be reported to him. The Wine Sword Immortal said. Yes. Jiang Ci nodded. After becoming Tao Lord in Nine Firmaments in name disciple, he no longer belonged to True Lord Iron Mountain's faction. In fact, after he transcended the tribulation and became an immortal, he would be qualified to form his own faction in the sect. After that, he left the Wine Sword Immortal's residence and headed towards Nine Firmaments Palace. On the way, he used his communication pearl to contact True Lord Iron Mountain. A wisp of spiritual sense passed through the communication pearl and turned into a transmission phantom that appeared in True Lord Iron Mountain's palace. When True Lord Iron Mountain learned that Jiang Ci wanted to become Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' disciple, he felt a little helpless, but he didn't dare to say anything. In the end, he encouraged Jiang Ci to cultivate well with Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. Jiang Ci noted everything down. He also maintained his respect for this old superior. When Earth was in danger, True Lord Iron Mountain didn't hesitate to send his army of immortals to help him guard Earth. This was also a favor. After Jiang Ci and True Lord Iron Mountain finished their transmission, they arrived at Nine Firmaments Palace. This majestic palace was incomparably huge. It was like a prehistoric beast crawling on the grey earth of the ancient Tao origin world. He was quite familiar with this place, but it was limited to the Hall of Inheritance. The 44 inheritance altars were in the Hall of Inheritance in the outer city of Nine Firmaments Palace. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments lived in the inner city of Nine Firmaments Palace. He needed to continue along the stone path. Along the way, he could see many cultivators hurriedly walking in the palace, but no one dared to make a noise. The deeper he went, the stronger the cultivators he encountered. In the end, only immortal Tao powerhouses were left. Jiang Ci was a primordial soul stage cultivator, so he was particularly eye-catching. In the end, he stopped at the gate of the inner city, where a group of Tribulation Transcender guards stopped him. The Tribulation Transcender in the lead shouted, "Who is it?" Jiang Ci stated his purpose for coming, and the other party checked and verified his identity. However, even if his identity was verified, the Tribulation Transcender guard didn't let down his guard and led him into the inner city. The security is tight. Jiang Ci thought. After entering the inner city of Nine Firmaments Palace, he saw many Tribulation Transcender guards patrolling the city. Soon, Jiang Ci was brought to a palace. The Tribulation Transcender guard said, "This is True Lord Infeng's residence. You can go in by yourself." "Thank you." Jiang Ci thanked him and stepped into the palace. He didn't ask why he wanted to see True Lord Infeng first. He believed that this Tribulation Transcender guard wouldn't play tricks on him. In Nine Firmaments Palace, no one dared to play tricks. Inside the palace, a young man in white stood with his hands behind his back. After seeing Jiang Ci, he smiled, giving off a gentle feeling. Jiang Ci was somewhat surprised. He had seen several True Lords before, and each of them had a different temperament. However, they had one thing in common, which was that they made people afraid and didn't dare to look directly at them. However, this True Lord Infeng was obviously different. He didn't look like a True Lord, and his smile was like a spring breeze. Jiang Ci greets True Lord Infeng. Jiang Ci respectfully saluted. True Lord Infeng asked, "Since you took the initiative to come to the inner city of Nine Firmaments Palace, you should be willing to take Master as your master, right?" "Yes." Jiang Xi nodded. True Lord and Feng smiled kindly and said, "In that case, you can just call me third senior brother." He explained, "I'm a disciple that Master took in a long time ago, so I can be ranked third among Master's many disciples. However, among these brothers, there are many who are stronger than me." Jiang Xi saluted again, "Greetings, third senior brother." True Lord and Feng turned around and walked into the depths of the palace. "Then, follow me to the Nine Firmaments realm." The Nine Firmaments realm? Jiang Xi didn't dare to say anything and hurriedly followed him. In just a moment, they arrived in front of a secluded bamboo forest. There was a small path in the forest, which led to an unknown place. After stepping on the small path, heaven and earth spun and space changed. After everything calmed down, Jiang Xi looked carefully and found that he had arrived in a vast world. He saw a boundless river of killing intent flowing between heaven and earth. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood stretched across the earth. Those piled-up corpses basically didn't have a human shape. They were all foreign race corpses. Moreover, the aura they emitted shocked Jiang Xi. They were very strong. Could they all be killed by Tao Lord Nine Firmaments? He followed behind True Lord and Feng with shock and doubt in his heart and walked through the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Soon, he saw a tall figure standing in the void above the sea of blood ahead. Judging from his face, it was a middle-aged man with a dignified face and his eyes were closed. However, the blood-colored armor and long hair emitted a terrifying aura, as though this person was the source of all the killing intent. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. Jiang Xi's hair stood on end with a single glance and endless fear rose in his heart. It was too scary. Rumor had it that one couldn't look directly at some powerful existences, let alone call them by their names. Otherwise, one would be stared at. It seemed like the rumor was true. True Monarch and Feng bowed and said, "Master, Riverward is here." Jiang Xi. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments opened his eyes and looked at Jiang Xi. Swoosh, the boundless killing intent retreated instantly. The fear in Jiang Xi's heart vanished without a trace as well. "Greetings, Lord Nine Firmaments, Jiang Xi." Jiang Xi knelt on the ground. In front of such a supreme existence of the human race, he felt extremely insignificant. "I saw how you cleared the Tongtian mountain. You're quite talented to be able to clear 13 levels without using the other 3 great Daos." Tao Lord Nine Firmaments smiled. Although Jiang Xi maintained his composure on the surface, he was shocked and even uneasy internally. He had never displayed the great Daos of wind, fire and metal, but Tao Lord Nine Firmaments knew about them. It felt as though he had no secrets in front of Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. In that case, did Tao Lord Nine Firmaments know about his experience points panel? While he was feeling uneasy, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments continued, "To be able to master the first sword of the Cloud Bundle 7 swords within 50 years, your comprehension of the secret skills of the Tao of the sword is rare as well." Jiang Xi knelt there obediently and listened. "Your talent and comprehension are excellent. Are you willing to become my in-name disciple?" Tao Lord Nine Firmaments looked at Jiang Xi. "I'm willing." Jiang Xi bowed and kowtowed. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded with a smile. He no longer looked like the killing god from before. Only his blood-colored hair was still fluttering slightly, causing one's heart to palpitate. He rarely took in disciples because there weren't many geniuses that could pique his interest. The human race occupied the best territory in the universe and the life forms they nurtured were naturally the most intelligent compared to other races. There was no lack of geniuses at all. In an era, the geniuses of an epoch might be able to suppress the current world. However, there were very few who could still emit a dazzling glow over the endless years. As a pinnacle existence of the human race, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments had seen countless geniuses. However, there were very few that he truly valued and wanted to take in as disciples. That was unless it was the top epic geniuses such as Liu Yan of Sword Sect who cultivated as easily as drinking water and had a chance of becoming a Tao Lord in the future. This time, he wanted to take in a disciple on a whim. Another reason was that Jiang Xi came from Earth. Of course, Jiang Xi himself had shown sufficient talent. Although he was only taking in Jiang Xi as an in-name disciple, the main purpose was to observe him first. After all, Jiang Xi was still inferior to epic geniuses such as Lu Yan. Jiang Xi, I know that you've already comprehended the 350 transformations of the Green Lotus Sword Dao. The requirement to cultivate the second sword of the Cloud Booklet 7 Swords is to completely comprehend the fourth transformation of the Green Lotus Sword Dao, which is the 1105 transformations. I'll allow you to cultivate in the ancient Dao origin world for 1,000 years. If you can comprehend the 1105 transformations of the Green Lotus Sword Dao and cultivate the second sword of the Cloud Booklet 7 Swords within 1,000 years, you can become my personal disciple, Dao Lord Nine Firmaments said. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Xi didn't feel surprised. However, Perfected Lord Enfeng next to him was very shocked. He then looked at Jiang Xi sympathetically. However, Jiang Xi didn't notice this. He was full of confidence. If he couldn't cultivate the second sword in 1,000 years in the ancient Dao origin world, then he should find a ball of cotton and kill himself. Enfeng. Dao Lord Nine Firmaments looked at Perfected Lord Enfeng. Disciple is here, Perfected Lord Enfeng hurriedly said. He had already regained his composure. You've cultivated the Cloud Booklet 7 Swords before. For the next 1,000 years, go and give Jiang Xi pointers every 10 years, Dao Lord Nine Firmaments said. Disciple obeys. Perfected Lord Enfeng bowed respectfully. Thank you, Master. Jiang Xi also bowed. I hope you can cultivate the second sword in 1,000 years. Dao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded and said in a deep voice, remember, the better your performance in the human race, the more resources you'll receive. Yes, disciple will do his best. Jiang Xi said solemnly. He and Perfected Lord Enfeng disappeared from the Nine Firmaments realm. In the next moment, the two appeared outside the bamboo forest. Jiang Xi secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Only now did he relax a little. When facing Dao Lord Nine Firmaments just now, even if he didn't feel fear, he still felt pressure. Perfected Lord Enfeng asked. Jiang Xi nodded. It's normal because this is Master's Slaughter clone. Even if I'm a rank 4 Dao Immortal now, I still feel a lot of pressure when facing Master's Slaughter clone, Perfected Lord Enfeng said with a smile. Third senior brother is a rank 4 Dao Immortal? Jiang Xi was very surprised. The two words Perfected Lord were actually a respectful title for Dao Immortals. Their actual realm should be Dao Immortals. He wasn't surprised that Dao Lord Nine Firmaments had a clone, but Perfected Lord Enfeng's strength. Yes, why? Do you think I'm not strong enough? Perfected Lord Enfeng laughed. Senior brother, you must be joking. A rank 4 Dao Immortal going through life and death 4 times. Not many people in the human race can do that, Jiang Xi praised. Tribulation Transcenders went through 9 tribulations, and each tribulation would increase their lifespan by 10,000 years. Dao Immortals, on the other hand, could reverse life and death. Once they succeeded, they would have endless lifespan. At the same time, their strength would greatly increase. However, since it was reversing life and death, it was naturally accompanied by life and death. One thought to life and death. Countless talented geniuses fell at this step after transcending the 9 tribulations and becoming 9 tribulation transcenders. Jiang Xi thought of his master, Wine Sword Immortal. This peerless sword immortal genius was unable to reverse life and death because of the demonic intent in his heart. If one couldn't become a Dao Immortal, their lifespan would be exhausted and their Dao would vanish. In addition, Dao Immortals could reverse life and death 5 times at most. Therefore, the highest realm a Perfected Lord could reach was a rank 5 Dao Immortal. There weren't many people in the human race who could go through life and death 5 times and still survive. Jiang Xi had learned from Wine Sword Immortal that Perfected Lord 6 Virtuous and Perfected Lord Myriad Poison were both rank 5 Dao Immortals. Perfected Lord Iron Mountain was a rank 2 Dao Immortal. Perfected Lord Baoyan, who was known as the Daoist epic genius, was a rank 4 Dao immortal like perfected Lord Infeng. Therefore, Jiang Ci didn't dare to underestimate perfected Lord Infeng. He didn't even dare to underestimate a rank 1 Dao immortal, as he could kill him with a breath. Then, the two returned to the palace. Perfected Lord Infeng suddenly asked, "Master ordered me to guide you in cultivating the Cloud Bookworm's 7 swords. Do you know the origin of the Cloud Bookworm's 7 swords?" "I only know that it's a peak combat mystic technique," Jiang Ci answered truthfully. "I thought you knew since you were so confident just now." Perfected Lord Infeng was a little surprised. "Ha!" Jiang Ci was puzzled. "The ignorant are fearless." Perfected Lord Infeng shook his head and said, "The Cloud Bookworm's 7 swords was created by perfected Lord Cloud Bookworm of the Sword Sect countless eras ago. He could have used this peak mystic technique to become a Dao immortal, but unfortunately, he died in a battle." "It's not a Dao immortal's mystic technique?" Jiang Ci was even more surprised. Perfected Lord Infeng smiled and said, "Peak mystic techniques don't necessarily mean that they were created by Dao immortals." He continued, "Perfected Lord Cloud Bookworm was a rank 5 Dao immortal, but the Cloud Bookworm's 7 swords he created amazed even Dao immortals who cultivated the sword Dao. I've cultivated it before. Although it was only used to assist in battle, I think I have a thorough understanding of this mystic technique. However, do you know how long it took me to master the second sword?" Jiang Ci shook his head. 800 years. Perfected Lord Infeng said seriously. 800 years? Riverward was stunned for a moment. He himself had used 40 years to master the first sword. Even if the difficulty of the second sword was 10 times higher, he should have mastered it in 400 years, right? Was third senior brother's talent that bad? He actually took so long. "Do you know how long it took me to master the first sword?" Perfected Lord Infeng asked again. Before Jiang Ci could answer, he answered himself, "Half a year." Jiang Ci's expression changed. Half a year. 800 years. That was a huge difference. Didn't that mean that the difficulty of cultivating the second sword was more than 1,000 times higher than the first sword? Furthermore, I was already a rank 1 Dao immortal when I cultivated the Cloud Bookworm's 7 swords, perfected Lord Infeng added. Jiang Ci's expression changed starkly. If a rank 1 Dao immortal took 800 years to master the second sword, how long would it take for his essence spirit? Furthermore, he had to fully comprehend the fourth evolution of the Green Lotus Sword Dao, which was the 1105 transformations of the Green Lotus, before he could start cultivating it. Right now, he had only comprehended 350 transformations of the Green Lotus and was still far from the 1105 number. He would definitely need a lot of time in between. Dao Lord 9 Firmaments only gave him 1,000 years. It was no wonder why perfected Lord Infeng said that the ignorant were fearless. Jiang Ci took a deep breath and calmed himself down. "I'll guide you once every 10 years according to my master's instructions for 3 days each time. Before you fully comprehend the fourth evolution of the Green Lotus Sword Dao, I'll guide you on your sword Dao first before the Cloud Bookworm's 7 swords," perfected Lord Infeng said. "I'll have to trouble you then, third senior brother," Jiang Ci bowed respectfully. "It's no trouble at all. You still have to rely on yourself. Whether or not you can become my master's personal disciple will depend on your own efforts," perfected Lord Infeng smiled. He did not know where Jiang Ci's confidence came from. In any case, he felt that it would be difficult. Perhaps, Jiang Ci truly needed some luck. Following that, Jiang Ci did not waste any time or resources and asked perfected Lord Infeng about the Green Lotus Sword Dao. As expected of a perfected lord that cultivated the Sword Dao, perfected Lord Infeng's understanding of the Sword Dao was unique. In just 3 days, Riverward had benefited a lot from it. He experienced the benefits of having multiple masters that his master, the Wine Sword Immortal, mentioned. He only left the inner city of 9 Firmaments Palace after the 3 days of guidance ended. The next time he wanted to seek guidance from perfected Lord Infeng, he would have to wait for 10 years. After returning to his stone house, Jiang Ci did not immediately enter cultivation. He was calculating the possibility of mastering the second sword move of the cloud-encased 7 swords within 1,000 years. First, I have to completely comprehend the 4th evolution of the Green Lotus Sword Tao. There are a total of 1,105 changes. I have already comprehended 350 changes, and I still need 755 more. This was not too difficult for Jiang Ci. This confidence came from the cultivation of the secret Tao pattern technique. The Tao pattern technique not only increased the strength of the body, but also the affinity of the Tao. Tao pattern technique, 4 patterns, 40 billion, ever since his strength underwent a drastic change, the Tao pattern technique of the body tempering secret technique correspondingly increased to the 4 patterns realm. The prerequisite for cultivating to this realm, apart from the Tao realm, was that the body had to integrate 99 Tao pattern blood crystals. He relied on his second-level mental state to withstand the impact of the Tao pattern blood crystals' baleful aura. In the past 50 years, he successfully integrated 99 Tao pattern blood crystals. Each Tao pattern blood crystal could increase one's affinity with the Tao by 1-fold. In other words, he now had 99 times the affinity of the Tao, and the deduction efficiency had become 99 times the original. Therefore, comprehending the 4th evolution of the Green Lotus Sword Tao was not too difficult for him. The biggest problem now is, after comprehending the Green Lotus Sword Tao, can I master the second sword move of the cloud-encased 7 swords within 1,000 years? Chapter 519. Could he master the second sword of the cloud-clustered 7 swords within 1,000 years? The answer was, yes. Jiang Ci realized that he had been led astray by Perfected Lord Enfeng. Perfected Lord Enfeng's so-called 800 years to master the second sword referred to the entire process from the initial comprehension to greater mastery. However, he did not need to do that. He only needed to complete the initial comprehension of the second sword, and the cloud-clustered 7 swords on his experience points panel would turn into the second level. At that time, he could use his experience points to raise it to perfection without wasting any effort. Therefore, the question was, how long would it take for him to comprehend the second sword? Jiang Ci could not be sure about that. He could only attempt to cultivate the second sword of the cloud-clustered 7 swords after he completely comprehended the 4th evolution of the Green Lotus Sword Tao. In the following days, Jiang Ci placed his focus on his sword Tao. Apart from his usual deductions, he would occasionally head to the Green Lotus altar to comprehend and verify the Green Lotus Sword Tao. After clearing 6 stages in a row, he had 6 chances to visit the inheritance altar. Each time was 10 days, which was 60 days. Every single day was precious and could not be wasted. That was because his Tao technique affinity was 99 times. Coupled with the fact that the Green Lotus altar itself increased his sword Tao deduction speed by 100 times. In summary, his efficiency when he was deducing his sword Tao at the Green Lotus altar was 9,900 times. A single day was equivalent to 27 years. Therefore, he would only head to the Green Lotus altar for a day or 2 after his comprehension of the Green Lotus Sword Tao had accumulated to a certain extent. That way, he could ensure that his deduction efficiency and sword Tao improvement speed were at a very high level. The difficulty of cultivating the Green Lotus Sword Tao naturally increased as one's cultivation realm increased. The difficulty of comprehending each additional transformation increased exponentially. However, under such efficient deductions, his improvement speed did not decrease. Instead, it increased. Time passed and 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Wine Sword Immortal's Palace. Jiang Ci stopped cultivating for the time being and rested at the place of his master, Wine Sword Immortal. The two of them sat on the ground and drank wine while chatting. How is it? How many Green Lotus transformations have you comprehended? Wine Sword Immortal asked. 414 types. Jiang Ci took a sip of wine leisurely. Oh? Wine Sword Immortal was very surprised and said, "It's only been 5 years and you've already comprehended 64 more types." He was well aware of Jiang Ci's cultivation speed. After coming to the ancient Tao origin world, Jiang Ci had only comprehended 180 Green Lotus transformations in the first 50 years, which was less than 4 transformations per year. However, in the past 5 years, he had comprehended 64 transformations of the Green Lotus, which was equivalent to comprehending 12 transformations in a year. This cultivation speed did not decrease but instead increased. Jiang Ci smiled gently and explained the actual reason. My Dao pattern art has reached the 4-pattern realm and has fused with 99 Dao pattern blood crystals. See. Wine Sword Immortal sucked in a breath of cold air. He was shocked. Fusing with 99 Dao pattern blood crystals was equivalent to 99 times the Dao technique affinity. He knew that Jiang Ci had obtained a secret Dao pattern art in the Dou pattern continent, but he did not expect Jiang Ci to have such high attainments in this secret art. With the strength of your spiritual sense, you shouldn't be able to withstand the impact of 99 Dao pattern blood crystals. Wine Sword Immortal frowned and seemed to be talking to himself. Is it the inheritance of the divine palace of Kongming? Wine Sword Immortal's eyes lit up. Jiang Ci smiled and did not admit or deny it. It was indeed related to the divine palace of Kongming, but it was mainly due to the mental cultivation brought by the peacock visualization method that allowed him to withstand the increasingly powerful impact of the Dao pattern blood crystals. It's still not right. I remember that a 4-pattern Dou zone in the Dou pattern continent can only fuse with 36 Dao pattern blood crystals at most. How can you fuse with so many? Wine Sword Immortal finally grasped the crux of the problem. Master, have you forgotten that I also cultivate 3 other Dao techniques? Jiang Ci smiled. Have you also reached the great Dao realm? Wine Sword Immortal calmed down and looked deeply at Jiang Ci. Yes, that's why I can fuse with so many Dao pattern blood crystals. Jiang Ci nodded. Does Dao Lord Nine Clouds know about this? Wine Sword Immortal asked. He should know. The first time we met, he pointed out the realms of the other 3 Dao techniques. No wonder he asked you to master the second sword of the Cloud Book 7 swords within 1,000 years. To others, this is a test that is almost impossible. However, you still have a chance of completing it. Wine Sword Immortal smiled. At the same time, he was filled with emotions. He thought that he knew this disciple very well, but now he realized that he only knew the surface. What Jiang Ci was telling him now might only be 10% or 20% of what he knew. Of course, he was not unhappy about Jiang Ci's concealment. Instead, he was very gratified. The more trump cards Jiang Ci had, the better. In the future, when he went out to experience life and death, the chances of him surviving would be higher. Disciple, you can only tell me and Dao Lord Nine Clouds about your hidden strength. Don't tell anyone else. Don't even tell us. Wine Sword Immortal said with a serious expression. I understand. Jiang Ci nodded lightly. In fact, it was as Wine Sword Immortal thought. The strength that he revealed was only a small part of his hidden strength. The other techniques, such as the Dao Fusion technique of the 4 paths, the Dao Seal technique, and the Heavenly Tower, had never been shown in front of anyone. Even if there were, those who saw his techniques were already dead. For example, the 3 Tribulation Ghost Immortal who tried to assassinate him. I remember that in 2 days, it will be the Cloud Top competition for the Primordial Soul Realm. If you participate now, you will be bullying others. Wine Sword Immortal smiled and became casual again as he reclined there. Bullying others? Heh, those senior disciples have always looked down on me. I remember that. Jiang Ci looked like he was holding a grudge. Huh. Wine Sword Immortal and Jiang Ci laughed at the same time. The strongest of the 10 primordial soul realms senior disciples in the 4th heaven of the Purple Heaven sect had only passed the 11th level of the heaven connecting mountain. And Jiang Ci had the strength of the 13th level just by using the Tao of the sword. How could those senior disciples fight with him? They were really bullying others. They were not on the same level at all. However, even if the disparity in strength was huge, this competition still had to be carried out. The Cloud Top competition for the Primordial Soul Realm was held as scheduled. All the Primordial Soul Realm core disciples in the fourth heaven of the Purple Heaven sect gathered on the Cloud Top platform of the heaven connecting mountain and river painting. The people in the first, second and third heaven did not know about Jiang Xi's results on the heaven connecting mountain. Only the 10 Primordial Soul Realms senior disciples in the fourth heaven knew. When Jiang Xi's figure appeared on the Cloud Top platform, the 10 Primordial Soul Realms senior disciples in the fourth heaven immediately looked over. Originally, everyone did not put a newcomer in their eyes. But now Jiang Xi had become the focus of the whole scene. He is Jiang Xi. He has only cultivated for a few hundred years and his strength has far surpassed us. To be in the same era as him is not only lucky, but also sad, the senior disciples discussed animatedly. Only that purple-haired youth, Gong Sui, kept silent. 5 years ago, he had once expressed his disdain for Jiang Xi when he was chatting with a Sword Gate disciple outside Sword Immortal Nangong's residence. And it was heard by Jiang Xi. Then, only an hour later, Jiang Xi did the shocking thing of passing 6 levels on the heaven-connecting mountain in a row. Intuition told Gong Sui that perhaps because he heard those mocking and disdainful words, Jiang Xi had the idea of passing through the heaven-connecting mountain. Therefore, when he learned of this news, Gong Sui's face hurt very much. He had previously mocked Jiang Xi as an idiot. Perhaps in Jiang Xi's eyes, he was the real idiot. However, to be able to become a fourth heaven primordial soul realm core disciple, besides having good talent, his temperament was naturally not bad. The experience of being slapped in the face after mocking him had taught him a lesson. Even if I can't make friends with this kind of genius, I can't make enemies with him. Gong Sui looked at Jiang Xi from afar and sighed in his heart. Jiang Xi stood in the distance with an indifferent expression. He sensed the gazes that were converging on him. He had no intention of talking to those senior disciples. Firstly, he was not familiar with them, and secondly, there was no need to. The difference in strength would make everyone feel a sense of distance. Even if he went over to talk, it would only be a general conversation. Not long after, a middle-aged man in a gray robe appeared in the sky above the cloud platform. The immortal aura he emitted revealed his identity as an immortal. Greetings, exalted immortal. Everyone bowed in unison. The gray-robed man nodded slightly. His gaze lingered on Jiang Xi for a while, and a look of envy flashed in his eyes. The little guys below did not know that Jiang Xi had become Dao Lord a 9 Firmaments in name disciple. As a 6th Tribulation Transcender, he had naturally heard of this matter. Dao Lord 9 Firmaments in name disciple. He was a 6th Tribulation Transcender, but he had never even seen Dao Lord a 9 Firmaments face. The gap between people was often set at the very beginning. The gray-robed man looked around and said, "I'll be the host of this Cloud Summit competition. We'll start with the round-robin competition of the 4th heavens. There are a total of 11 people, and each person will have to fight with the other 10 people once. If they win, they will get 1 point. In the end, the top 6 will stay in the 4th heavens. The bottom 5 will fight with the top 5 in the 3rd heavens to compete for the remaining 4 spots in the 4th heavens. Everyone understands, right?" "Understood," Jiang Xi and the 10 senior disciples said at the same time. Jiang Xi did not feel any pressure, and he seemed very relaxed. The 10 senior disciples looked at each other, and their expressions were very solemn. Jiang Xi's sudden rise had already confirmed that he had occupied a spot in the 4th heavens. Those who were originally confident of staying in the 4th heavens were destined to be eliminated to the 3rd heavens. "This is the order of battle." The gray-robed man pointed, and the order of battle appeared in the air. After Jiang Xi saw it, he suddenly shook his head, feeling that this competition was boring. "Forget it, there's no sense of accomplishment in bullying these people. There's no need to use the Cloud Bundle 7 swords." There was naturally no need to explain the details of the battle in detail. With Jiang Xi's strength, even if he only used the sword to fight, he could easily crush the 10 senior disciples. The Green Lotus Sword Dao had 414 variations. With such strength, no senior disciple could compare to him. In the end, Jiang Xi won first place. There was no suspense in the result. The 10 senior disciples were not surprised. The higher-ups of the sect who paid attention to Jiang Xi's growth also felt that it was natural. However, compared to the Cloud Summit competition that was held once every 1,000 years, Dao Lord Nine Firmaments accepting a disciple after thousands of eras was more worthy of the attention of the higher-ups. Now, the higher-ups of the sect were all wondering whether Jiang Xi could master the second sword of the Cloud Bundle's 7 swords in 1,000 years and become Dao Lord Nine Firmament's personal disciple. In the blink of an eye, 200 years had passed. In the quiet bamboo forest in the inner city of Nine Firmaments Palace, perfected Lord Enfeng entered the Nine Firmaments realm that was filled with baleful aura through a small path in the forest. Amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, Dao Lord Nine Firmaments' slaughter clone still stood in the void in his blood-red armor. In the silent world, only his blood-red hair swayed slightly, emitting a heart-palpitating aura. Master, perfected Lord Enfeng bowed respectfully. Dao Lord Nine Firmaments opened his eyes. I'm here to report on junior brother Jiang Xi's cultivation situation, perfected Lord Enfeng said. He has already comprehended the 4th evolution of the Green Lotus Sword Dao. Dao Lord Nine Firmaments raised his voice slightly. Yes and no, perfected Lord Enfeng said seriously. Perfected Lord Enfeng said seriously, after junior brother Riverward became masters in name disciple, it only took him 60 years to comprehend the 4th evolution process. 60 years? A hint of surprise flashed through Dao Lord Nine Firmaments' eyes. Therefore, he controlled the subsequent upgrade time to about 40 years. From initial comprehension to greater mastery, he used a total of 150 years. It was in line with his identity as a genius of the New Age, but it was not exaggerated to the point of being heaven-defying. However, this also led to a problem. When perfected Lord Enfeng came to guide him, he could only pick a few parts that he thought were difficult and let perfected Lord Enfeng answer them. Little did he know that in perfected Lord Enfeng's eyes, these difficulties were actually very easy. Because he did not have a complete cultivation process, Jiang Xi really did not know which parts were difficult and which were easy. In Jiang Xi's opinion, other than the initial comprehension, there were no other difficulties. I'll wait for another half a year. Then I'll go see Dao Lord Nine Firmaments. Jiang Xi thought to himself and went back to cultivating. Half a year later, he got up and left the stone house. He walked along the wide stone path toward Nine Firmaments Palace. Along the way, he met some cultivators below the immortal Dao realm who would bow to him. It was the same even for Dao integration stage cultivators. After 200 years, the news that Jiang Xi had become Dao Lord Nine Firmaments in name disciple gradually spread. Cultivators who could enter the ancient Dao origin world were not too bad. They were also very well informed. Most of them knew about this matter. Now, only immortal Dao experts did not need to bow to Jiang Xi when they saw him. In the face of everyone's bow, Jiang Xi did not show any arrogance. He still greeted everyone like before. When he met cultivators who often attended the public lectures together, he would chat with them for a while. After arriving at the inner city of Nine Firmaments Palace, the Tribulation Transcender Guards did not stop Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi, Lord Nine Firmaments has already given the order. After you arrive, you don't need to report. You can go in directly, the captain of the Tribulation Transcender Guards said with a kind smile. In terms of status, Jiang Xi had already surpassed these Tribulation Transcender Guards. Many thanks. After Jiang Xi thanked him, he walked into the depths of the inner city. Looking at Jiang Xi's back, the Tribulation Transcender Guards were even more emotional. Even some true monarchs need to report before they can enter the inner city. Only the personal disciples of Lord Nine Firmaments and those powerful existences can enter directly. It seems that Lord Nine Firmaments has already decided to accept him as his personal disciple. Jiang Xi entered the Nine Firmaments realm through the small path in the bamboo forest. After passing through the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, he arrived in front of Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. He looked at his master's slaughter clone, who was wearing blood-colored armor and had blood-colored hair. Jiang Ci couldn't help but feel a huge pressure in his heart. Then, he respectfully saluted. Disciple greets master. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments slowly opened his eyes. He seemed to be the source of baleful aura. Only his eyes were gentle. He softly said, "Have you already mastered the second sword?" "Just now." "Perform it once." "Yes." Jiang Ci flipped his hand and took out Scarlet Heaven Sword. He took a deep breath and began to perform the second sword of the Cloud Encirclement 7 Swords. Although he hadn't performed the second sword until now, the level and experience on the interface had already been filled. This meant that he had completely grasped the essentials of the second sword. With a thought, 1,105 green lotuses appeared in front of him. Then, these green lotuses merged into Scarlet Heaven Sword in a mysterious way in an instant. Suddenly, a mysterious aura rose, as if it wanted to pierce the sky. The second sword. Jiang Ci's eyes focused as he slashed out with his sword. A huge sword light whistled and landed on a mountain of corpses in front of him. Boom! The power of the immortal path erupted. The earth trembled, endless baleful aura surged, and space began to shatter. What surprised Jiang Ci was that the mountain of corpses remained motionless. He was confident that this sword had at least the power of a fourth tribulation transcender, but it didn't cause any damage to the mountain of corpses. It seemed that the cultivation of the corpses piled up on the mountain of corpses was unfathomable when they were alive. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments ignored Jiang Ci's surprise, and a smile appeared on his face. Not bad. You didn't feel any awkwardness when performing the second sword. It seems that you have completely grasped it. Jiang Ci respectfully listened. His experience had already been filled, so he must have completely grasped it. If other sword cultivators were to practice the Cloud Encirclement 7 Swords, they might not be able to confirm whether they had completely grasped a certain sword. However, he didn't have this problem. He only needed to look at the level and experience of the secret technique. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said with a serious expression, "In that case, from today onwards, you are my personal disciple." Disciple greets master. Jiang Ci also respectfully kowtowed. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments looked at Jiang Ci's kneeling figure, and a complicated expression flashed through his eyes. He had experienced countless great calamities and lived for countless years. He no longer had any blood relatives, so the people closest to him were his personal disciples. Jiang Ci, who had cultivated for less than 1,000 years, had become the youngest and weakest of his personal disciples. The youngest and weakest was naturally the most doted on. If Jiang Ci could become a true monarch, the master-disciple relationship between the two of them would last for countless years. Thinking of this, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments sighed softly. Before you, there were a total of 40 personal disciples. 7 of them have already died. Of the 33 who are still alive, 1 is a Tao Lord, and 32 are true monarchs. You are still very young, so you have to work harder in the future and strive to become a true monarch. Disciple will remember. Jiang Ci said. At the same time, he sighed inwardly. He was actually more than 500 years old, but in Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' eyes, he was still young. Perhaps only those who had lived for more than 100 million years could be considered adults. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments gave Jiang Ci a message imprint and said, "If you have any difficulties in cultivation in the future, you can send me a message directly. When you reach the Tao integration stage and before you leave the ancient Tao origin world, come to the Nine Firmaments realm at other times. If there is no need, don't come to the Nine Firmaments realm for the time being. You have yet to become an immortal, so it won't be good for you to come too often." Yes. Jiang Ci nodded in response. Cultivate well. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said one last sentence. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Ci disappeared. Jiang Ci stood in front of the bamboo forest, a little confused. He was already a personal disciple, but there was no greeting gift. Before he came, he was full of expectations. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was an existence who stood at the peak of the human race. Just a casual pull of his hair would bring him endless benefits. Perhaps he doesn't want me to rely on external things. After all, my senior brothers are at least true monarchs, and I'm still far from that. I need to continue cultivating hard. Chapter 520. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was one of the top 3 powerhouses in the human race. Becoming his personal disciple would bring him both glory and pressure. Therefore, Jiang Ci didn't relax. Instead, he became even more anxious. Previously, he had set 3 goals: first, to deduce the Gale, departing fire, and Vajra Dao techniques and strive to reach the level of Grand Dao. Second, to cultivate the first stage of the Cloud Bundle's 7 swords and make this mystic technique appear on the interface. Third, to comprehend the remaining 3 Dao techniques of the 5 elements: water type, earth type, and wood type. Now, he had already accomplished the first 2 goals. In fact, he had exceeded his expectations. Only the last one was left to comprehend the water type, earth type, and wood type Dao techniques. Originally, I only had 300 years to cultivate in the ancient Dao source world. Master, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, increased it to 1,000 years. Now, I have more than 700 years left. I can consider cultivating these 3 Dao techniques to the level of Grand Dao. Then, I can fuse my soul with Dao and advance to the Dao integration stage. This was because once the primordial spirit and Dao technique fused, it was equivalent to having a solid foundation. It would be difficult to comprehend new Dao techniques. Moreover, it wasn't just 100 or 1,000 times more difficult. It was 10,000 times more difficult. After correcting his new goals, Jiang Ci began to devote himself to cultivation. Through the palm of the golden mark Do Huang, Dao Lord, he comprehended the water type, earth type, and wood type Dao techniques. He used the experience interface to deduce the sword Dao, wind type, metal type, and fire type Dao techniques. He went outside the city to hunt spirits of the Dao and obtained experience points. In the 288th year after entering the ancient Dao source world, which was also the 38th year after becoming Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' personal disciple, Jiang Ci comprehended the wood type Dao technique. In the 320th year, he comprehended the earth type Dao technique. In the 332nd year, the cloud top competition for the nascent soul realm began again. Jiang Ci won first place without a doubt. In the 392nd year, he comprehended the water type Dao technique. In the 518th year, the wood type and earth type Dao techniques were deduced to the level of Grand Dao. In the 610th year, the cloud top competition for the nascent soul realm began again. And Jiang Ci won first place in the 675th year, the water type Dao technique, and wood type Dao technique. In the 860th year, his primordial spirit finally successfully fused with the 7 Dao techniques and advanced to the early stage of Dao integration. Even though he had cultivated 3 more Dao techniques, which greatly increased the difficulty of his deduction, his cultivation speed was many times faster here in the ancient Dao origin world. On top of that, Jiang Ci had 99 times the Daoist affinity. After spending countless EXP, he successfully completed his goal. 9 Heaven City, on the roof of Jiang Ci's stone house, Jiang Ci slowly opened his eyes. Now, his actual age had finally surpassed 1,000 years. The Dao integration stage in 1,000 years was neither fast nor slow. However, if he also cultivated the 7 Daoist techniques, he would only need 1,000 years to reach the Dao integration stage. This was definitely a godly speed. The difficulty of fusing 7 Dao arts was more than 10,000 times that of fusing 1 Dao art. It could be said that in the countless years since the beginning of time, no one had ever been able to complete the fusion of 7 Daos. Because the lifespan of a primordial soul stage cultivator was only 5,000 years, there was simply no time to do this. If I didn't have the EXP panel, I wouldn't have been able to do this. Jiang Si's eyes glowed with great confidence. Not to mention the other secret techniques, just the Tao integration technique of fusing 7 Taos was enough to increase his spiritual power amplitude exponentially. His base spiritual power amplitude was now 20,000 times, sword intent. Once he used the Tao integration technique, his base spiritual power amplitude would be multiplied by 7, which would be 140,000 times. Under such circumstances, Jiang Si wasn't sure how strong he was. However, he was sure that if he met another ghost immortal, he could easily kill them. Next, he carefully sensed the changes in his strength and got up to head to Nine Heavens Palace. Master, Tao Lord Nine Heavens, asked me to meet him after I reached the Tao integration stage and after I left the ancient Tao origin world. He must have something to tell me. Jiang Si walked along the stone path of Nine Heavens City and stepped into the inner city of Nine Heavens Palace under the watchful eyes of many. Then, he passed through the bamboo forest and entered the Nine Heavens realm. After reaching the Tao integration stage, Jiang Si still felt great psychological pressure amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. When he reached the depths of the Nine Heavens realm, he saw the figure with blood-red hair and wearing blood-red armor. It was Tao Lord Nine Heavens' slaughter doppelganger. However, this time, there was a middle-aged man in a starry robe beside Tao Lord Nine Heavens. He was bowing slightly and saying something. From afar, he could see that this man's face was ordinary, but he had a dignified aura that made people feel awe. The imperial robe that symbolizes supreme power. Jiang Si had already guessed the man's identity. Only the Emperor of the Heavenly Court dared to wear this robe in front of Tao Lord Nine Heavens. He was Tao Lord Nine Heavens' other personal disciple. After approaching, Jiang Si bowed respectfully to Tao Lord Nine Heavens. Disciple greets Master. Then, he bowed to the man in the robe. Greetings, Emperor. Tao Lord Nine Heavens and the Emperor had already stopped talking and looked at Jiang Si. I just mentioned you to your senior brother. I didn't expect you to come, Tao Lord Nine Heavens said with a smile. Little junior brother, we can address each other as senior and junior brothers in front of Master. I'm Master's 7th personal disciple. You can call me 7th senior brother. The Emperor revealed a kind smile. Greetings, 7th senior brother. Jiang Si bowed again. The Emperor nodded with a smile and stood at the side without saying anything. At that moment, Tao Lord Nine Heavens stared at Jiang Si for a while and said with a serious expression, You have comprehended 3 more Tao techniques? 7 Tao integration stage? Yes. Jiang Si admitted honestly. There was nothing he could do if he did not admit it. Tao Lord Nine Heavens could see it himself. Beside him, the Emperor revealed a surprised expression and looked at Jiang Si a few more times. He was also a Tao Lord expert, but he could not tell what Tao technique Jiang Si cultivated. Fusing 7 Tao arts into one was an unprecedented and shocking feat. You are surprising me more and more. You are also very bold. Tao Lord Nine Heavens gave his evaluation and asked, Have you considered the difficulty of the heavenly tribulation? Jiang Si shook his head hesitantly. Is it very difficult? Junior brother, you dare to walk 7 Tao paths at the same time without understanding the heavenly tribulation? The Emperor could not help but ask. Jiang Si shook his head again. While the 7 Tao paths gave him great strength, it also gave him great confidence. In fact, even if he wanted to understand, he had no reference because no one had been able to achieve 7 Tao integration stage before. As expected, the ignorant are fearless. The Emperor glanced at Tao Lord Nine Heavens. Tao Lord Nine Heavens explained, The heavenly tribulation is mysterious. The more heaven-defying a person is, the stronger the heavenly tribulation will be. If you cultivate 7 Tao integration stage at the same time, the power of the heavenly tribulation will be at least 10,000 times stronger than a normal heavenly tribulation. Moreover, there are a total of 9 tribulations for tribulation transcenders, each stronger than the last. Upon hearing this, Jiang Si frowned. If even Tao Lord Nine Heavens and the Emperor said that it was difficult, it was definitely not simple. It seemed that he had been too confident before. Of course, your current foundation is many times stronger than that of ordinary Tao integration cultivators. You might have a chance in the future. With such a strong foundation, once you succeed in transcending the tribulation, the strength you gain will be huge. Tao Lord Nine Heavens suddenly smiled. Jiang Ci nodded slowly. His foundation was more than many times stronger than that of ordinary Tao integration cultivators. It was estimated to be at least 10,000 times stronger. Tao Lord Nine Heavens said, when you reach the Tao integration stage, you will have to create your own mystic techniques. If you want to have a greater chance of transcending the heavenly tribulation, apart from other methods, mystic techniques are ranked first. Every expert has their own mystic techniques. The mystic techniques that you learned and cultivated before are powerful. Although it was powerful, it still belonged to someone else. It was something that the creator of the secret technique had created for himself. Even if you cultivate those mystic techniques to the highest realm, it will be difficult for you to unleash the power of the mystic technique. Therefore, your next cultivation direction is to create your own mystic technique. Create a powerful mystic technique that truly belongs to you. The stronger the mystic technique you create, the greater your chance of facing the heavenly tribulation in the future. This was the first time Tao Lord Nine Heavens had taught Jiang Ci about cultivation. Jiang Ci listened carefully. Tao Lord Nine Heavens continued, Sword Tao is the Tao of killing. You need a lot of life and death battles to find inspiration in creating mystic techniques. In terms of cultivation, I can guide you. However, you need to experience battles yourself. It just so happens that after you reach the Tao integration stage, I have also prepared a Dharma treasure for you. It can increase your combat and life-saving abilities. At this point, Tao Lord Nine Heavens waved his hand and took out an item that floated in the air. Buzz, as soon as this Dharma treasure appeared, the entire Nine Heavens realm seemed to tremble slightly. Jiang Ci's gaze was immediately attracted. It was a Dharma treasure formed by 3 mountains. The mountains were of different heights. When combined, they were integrated and exuded a heavy aura. This treasure is called the Triple Mountain. It has 2 major functions. It can transform into armor and can seal space. As for how to refine and use it, it's all in this jade slip. Go back and cultivate well and try to refine it as soon as possible. Tao Lord Nine Heavens waved his hand and took out a red jade slip, handing it to Jiang Ci. Yes. Jiang Ci took the Triple Mountain and the jade slip. At this moment, the emperor who was standing at the side said with a smile, Junior brother, this is the first time we've met. I'll give you a Dharma treasure as well. Although it can't compare to the Triple Mountain given by Master, it can increase your life-saving ability. As he spoke, he took out a purple token with golden patterns. This is a major shift talisman. With your cultivation, you can shift a distance of 1 light year after using it. Coupled with the ability of the Triple Mountain to seal space, it's enough for you to deal with many life and death crises. However, it can only be used 10 times. After that, it'll be useless. You have to use it carefully. The emperor smiled. Thank you, 7th senior brother. Jiang Ci received it happily. If he could shift a distance of 1 light year at random, as long as he didn't encounter a perfected lord, no one could kill him. 10 times was enough. Tao Lord Nine Heavens looked at the conversation between the 2 brothers, then said to Jiang Ci, go back first. When you're ready to leave the ancient Tao origin world, come here again. Yes, Master. Jiang Ci bowed respectfully. Then, heaven and earth spun, and he disappeared from the Nine Heavens realm. Only Tao Lord Nine Heavens and the Emperor were left in the sea of corpses. The materials to refine major shift talismans can only be found in the ancient immortal world. You don't have many left, right? Tao Lord Nine Heavens asked. That was the last one. Since I have no use for it, I might as well give it to Junior brother. The Emperor smiled, the next opening of the ancient immortal world is not far away. Prepare well. Tao Lord Nine Heavens looked into the void with a deep gaze. Yes, Master. The emperor bowed. The change in cultivation level could not be hidden from others, because there were many powerful cultivators in the ancient Tao origin world. They could easily see through Jiang Xi's cultivation level. In the following days, the news of Jiang Xi's advancement to the Tao integration stage gradually spread. This news quickly caused a huge uproar. Clearly, Jiang Xi's actions had exceeded many people's expectations. Even though he had participated in 3 primordial soul stage competitions, he had only cultivated for 1,000 years. For a 4th heaven primordial soul stage disciple, this was too short, and it was difficult for him to accumulate much. However, when they thought about how Jiang Xi had easily won first place in the 3rd level primordial soul stage competition, they all felt that it was strange. Everyone felt that it was normal for Jiang Xi to break through to the Tao integration stage. Moreover, he had Tao Lord 9 Heavens guiding him. How could he go astray? On the other hand, the other 4th heaven primordial soul stage disciples finally heaved a sigh of relief. Now that Jiang Xi had reached the Tao integration stage, they did not have to compete with him. They had one less mountain to climb. Some people were happy, while others were sad. After the news of Jiang Xi's advancement to the Tao integration stage reached the Purple Heaven sect headquarters. At the 5th heaven of the Purple Heaven sect, in the residence of Immortal Wu Yi, a 6th tribulation transcender. Immortal Wu Yi was silent for a long time, his gloomy eyes flickering. Tao integration, is there no chance left? When he learned that Jiang Xi had become Tao Lord 9 Heaven's personal disciple, he had already despaired. Now, he was even more desperate. No, there is still a chance. He still has to go through life and death training. If he dies in the process, the Purple Heaven Sword Sutra will choose a new inheritor. Even if he successfully completes the life and death training, the next step is to transcend the tribulation and become an immortal. The more heaven-defying one's talent is, the stronger the tribulation. The chances of him failing the tribulation are very high. In the endless years, many peerless geniuses with outstanding talent had fallen under the tribulation, wait, at most 10,000 years. Immortal Wu Yi closed his eyes again. For a certain path, he was willing to wait. Of course, Jiang Xi did not know what had happened behind the scenes. Going to the realm of the 9 heavens and getting 2 powerful magic weapons was something he didn't expect. It was a pleasant surprise. After returning, he began to seriously study the Triple Mountain. There was no need to study the Great Teleportation Talisman. It could only be used 10 times, and he could not waste it. The red jade slip recorded detailed information about the Triple Mountain, as well as the refining and usage methods. Jiang Xi scanned it with his spiritual sense and memorized the information. There was not much content, except for some introductions and the refining and usage methods. As the name implied, the Triple Mountain had a total of 3 seals. The first seal could confine the space within a radius of 1 million kilometers. The armor formed could defend against the attacks of a 6th tribulation transcender at most. The second seal could confine the space within a radius of 10 million kilometers. The armor formed could defend against the attacks of a 9th tribulation transcender at most. The third seal could confine the space within a radius of 100 million kilometers. The armor formed could defend against the attacks of a 1st tribulation Tao immortal at most. It can actually defend against the attacks of a 1st tribulation Tao immortal. Jiang Xi laughed. This way, he would be more confident. With the Great Teleportation Talisman, he would be fine as long as he did not provoke perfected lords in the future. Then, he began to refine the Triple Mountain according to the refining method in the jade slip. Just as he formed a few hand seals, Ni Shang's surprised voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Strange, it's clearly an origin treasure. Why doesn't it have an artifact spirit? Ni Shang was the artifact spirit of the Heavenly Tower. All these years, she had been quietly refining the corpses of those tribulation transcender monsters, working hard to remove the first seal of the Heavenly Tower. Ni Shang, you said that the Triple Mountain is also an origin treasure? Jiang Xi was a little surprised. Yes, there's no mistake. It has the aura of an origin treasure, Ni Shang said. The artifact spirit might have been erased by my master. Jiang Xi speculated. Dao monarchs are not that stupid. An origin treasure with an artifact spirit can unleash greater power. Ni Shang denied this speculation. That's strange. Jiang Xi frowned slightly. He could not ask Dao Monarch 9 Firmaments again because with his current strength and status, under normal circumstances, he would not be able to know anything about origin treasures. If he went to Dao Monarch 9 Firmaments, it would be equivalent to admitting that he had other origin treasures on him. And the Heavenly Tower was a secret that could not be revealed. According to Ni Shang, he could only reveal this origin treasure if he had the strength of a Dao Monarch. There's no point in thinking too much. In short, the Triple Mountain is a powerful artifact. It can't be wrong. Jiang Xi temporarily put this question in the bottom of his heart. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. 9 Firmaments City, Wine Sword Immortal's Palace. Jiang Xi came to drink with his master again. These 1,000 years in the ancient Dao Source world was the period he had spent the most time with Wine Sword Immortal. Up until now, he had a total of 3 masters, Daoist Gu, Wine Sword Immortal, and Dao Monarch 9 Firmaments. Among them, he had spent the shortest time with Daoist Gu, less than 15 minutes. Jiang Xi only felt gratitude towards this master of his. The inheritance imprint that Daoist Gu had left for him had been of great help to his later cultivation. This was especially so for the Purple Firmament Sword scripture. Even now, it was still of great use to his sword Dao. In terms of true feelings, Jiang Xi felt the closest to Wine Sword Immortal. This was because Dao Monarch 9 Firmaments gave him a lot of pressure. In front of Dao Monarch 9 Firmaments, he could not help but feel a sense of reverence and respect. In comparison, he was the most relaxed in front of Wine Sword Immortal. Of course, Wine Sword Immortal's wine was also very tasty. In these 1,000 years, Jiang Xi had almost become an alcoholic. Kid, you're here to drink again. You've drunk so much of my wine. Next time, you have to get me some good wine. Wine Sword Immortal pointed at Jiang Xi and asked him to sit down. Master, don't worry. Next time, I'll get you a 100,000-year-old Guanghan precious wine. Jiang Xi sat down with a smile and filled his own cup. You said it. A 100,000-year-old wine, even 99,000 years won't do. Wine Sword Immortal's throat clearly moved. 100,000-year-old Guanghan precious wine was extremely rare. Even if he was the famous Wine Sword Immortal, he did not have the qualifications to get it. Jiang Xi was now Dao Monarch 9 Firmament's direct disciple, so he would have the opportunity in the future. Next, when the wine was half drunk, Wine Sword Immortal suddenly covered the wine gourd and said, I'm not drinking today, I'm not drinking. Master, I haven't had enough. Jiang Xi looked at the empty wine cup. Next time you come to the ancient Dao origin world, come and drink with me. I'll leave this wine for you. There are 3 peak races in the universe: humans, ghost race, and monster race. The war between the 3 races has lasted for countless eras. In this era, the monster race and ghost race are secretly working together to fight against us humans. The monster race is ferocious and the ghost race is sneaky. Remember, when you go to the extraterritorial battlefield, the first thing you have to be careful of is the ghost race. Dao Lord 9 Firmament said solemnly, I'll remember. Jiang Xi said respectfully. If you encounter any danger that you can't deal with, you can send me a message. I'll rush over as fast as I can. However, I hope that you can rely on your own strength to become a true expert. You'll become an expert that will make the extraterritorial race tremble in fear. Dao Lord 9 Firmament exhorted. I understand. Jiang Xi nodded. Go and come back alive. Dao Lord 9 Firmament's gaze was deep. Yes. Jiang Xi kowtowed respectfully before leaving the 9 Firmament realm. Chapter 521. Encrypted Intelligence, Jiang Ci, Human Race, Identity, Personal Disciple of Tao Lord 9 Firmaments and a 4th Stage Tao Integration Disciple of the Purple Firmament Sect, Rank, Target Number 1 on the Assassination Leaderboard, Whereabouts, has left the ancient Tao origin world and is suspected to be heading to the extraterritorial battlefield, to be confirmed. Similar encrypted intelligence quickly appeared in the spy organizations of the Peak races, the Yao race, the Ghost race, and many other Peak races. After the spy organizations reported this information, the upper echelons of these races also received this information. The corresponding orders were immediately passed down. The immortal Tao experts of foreign races in the extraterritorial battlefield were only enemies of the human race. Almost all of them received the same order: confirm Jiang Ci's whereabouts and execute the mission to kill him. Secluded Night Star, one of the 9 great armies of the human race. It was a fixed teleportation point to enter the extraterritorial battlefield. Only through here could one enter the extraterritorial battlefield. This large planet, which was similar to a transit station, had a diameter of 1,000,000 kilometers. Large numbers of human cultivators and cultivator armies were teleported here every day. Then, they were continuously teleported to the extraterritorial battlefield to participate in the war between races. On this day, Jiang Ci appeared at one of the secluded Night Star's teleportation points, wearing dark red battle armor. His appearance had been altered so that even Jiang Daodu wouldn't be able to recognize him. The armored guards at this teleportation point were clearly different from the guards at the teleportation palaces on the planets of the 9 domains of the Tao Alliance. Every one of them exuded an aura of steel and killing intent. Even though the armored guard's cultivation was only at the nascent soul stage, he still blocked the Tao integration stage. Jiang Ci with a solemn expression. "Cultivator, please show me your identification jade slip," the armored guard said in a low voice. Wandering cultivator, Shan, from the Heavenly Sun region's flame split star region Xingwan star. Jiang Ci took out a jade slip. His identification card wasn't made up. It was information recorded in the Heavenly Court of the Tao Alliance. After checking it, the armored guard said, "Wandering cultivators are different from cultivator armies. You need to gather a certain number of people before you can teleport to the extraterritorial battlefield. Follow this passage for 10,000 kilometers and you'll reach the gathering point for Tao integration stage cultivators. You can wait there." As he spoke, he pointed at the passage behind the teleportation point. There were 2 passageways, one for the army of cultivators and the other for rogue cultivators. "Thank you very much." Jiang Ci nodded gently, put away the identity jade slip, and turned to enter the rogue cultivator passage. There were no problems with this process. The Heavenly Court's Emperor was his 7th senior brother. It was too easy for him to come up with a fake identity. He was a prodigy of this era of the human race and a personal disciple of Tao Lord Nina Firmaments. If the outsiders knew that he had entered the battlefield, it would probably attract a large number of foreign experts. Therefore, he had prepared everything before he set off. In fact, even if he showed his true appearance, it would be very difficult for anyone to recognize him. This was because he had cultivated in the ancient Tao origin world for 1,000 years, while 3,600 years had passed in the origin universe. It had been almost 4,000 years since he had participated in the 9 regions genius tournament. For true immortal Tao experts, this might be a very short period of time. However, cultivators below the immortal path could only live for 10,000 years at most. After 4,000 years, there were only a few who could still remember what Jiang Ci looked like. These preparations were only due to the caution that was ingrained in his bones. After flying for 10,000 kilometers along the path of the wandering cultivators, he saw a large hall. The human race would not mistreat the warriors who fought in the battlefield, so this hall was not a very serious environment. There were all kinds of resting facilities in the hall. The environment was elegant and pleasant music flowed slowly. It was pleasant to the ears. At this moment, there were already more than 80 people in the hall. They were all Tao integration cultivators. They were gathered in groups of 2 or 3. It was obvious that they were traveling together. Only a very small number of them were traveling alone. After Jiang Xi arrived, many people only glanced at him and did not pay much attention to him. Cultivators who dared to enter the battlefield were only those who had nowhere else to go. They were the kind of cultivation maniacs who wanted to increase their strength through large numbers of battles. Therefore, none of them were easy to deal with. Jiang Xi also understood this. After all, he was not easy to deal with. The female attendant in the hall was the kindest. The female attendant walked in front of Jiang Xi. "Hello, cultivator. What would you like to order?" She waved her hand and summoned an illusory interface. A large amount of information was displayed on it. There was food, drink, and entertainment. Everything one could think of. Jiang Xi casually ordered a star beverage. At the same time, he asked, "When can we go to the battlefield?" The female attendant smiled. The price of teleporting from the human race's territory to the battlefield is very high. Therefore, a certain number of people must be gathered. Because there are many cultivator armies, they can be teleported directly. For itinerant cultivators, only 100 of you Dao integration cultivators are needed. You are quite lucky. There are already more than 80 people. The first person who came has already waited for more than half a month. Jiang Xi nodded slightly. Itinerant cultivators were scattered all over the Dao Alliance. It would indeed take some time to gather them. This was especially true for Dao integration cultivators. There were very few cultivators at this level. It was even more difficult to gather a certain number of people. Then, Jiang Xi found a place to sit down like the others and waited quietly. There were also people who were very friendly. He had just sat down when two youths from the three-eyed race approached Jiang Xi. "Friend, are you alone?" one of the tall youths asked Jiang Xi with a smile. Jiang Xi was not a cold person. He smiled. "That's right. I admire you. People who dare to enter the battlefield alone are definitely not weak." The tall youth from the three-eyed race praised. Jiang Xi smiled. With the strength of his spiritual sense, he could easily see that these two were late-stage Dao integration cultivators. However, they could not see through his cultivation. You three-eyed race are most proficient in the soul. When the two of you work together, there are not many Dao integration cultivators who can defeat you. Jiang Xi smiled. "Ha, I like that." The tall youth from the three-eyed race laughed loudly. "I am Mu Jian. This is my younger brother, Mu Chen." The other youth from the three-eyed race, Mu Chen, was much more silent. He only nodded at Jiang Xi. "You can call me Sean," Jiang Xi said. The two brothers from the three-eyed race looked at each other. This name was too common. They could find many people with this name on any planet. They felt that this should be Jiang Xi's fake name, but they did not ask. The three of them sat together. Only Jiang Xi and Mu Jian were chatting casually. Mu Chen had been sitting quietly by the side the whole time. Then, from time to time, new Dao integration cultivators would come to this hall to gather. 2 days later, the number of people finally reached 100. A tribulation transcender wearing black armor appeared in the hall out of thin air, and a strong bloody aura spread out. Obviously, this was a powerhouse who had been through hundreds of battles. He solemnly said, "Gather." Jiang Xi and the other 100 Dao integration cultivators quickly came in front of this tribulation transcender. The black-armored tribulation transcender looked around and said, "Everyone, you chose to enter the battlefield in the foreign battlefield, which shows that you are all people with great courage. You are also outstanding people from various galaxies. However, there are rules everywhere, especially on the battlefield. You can't be as free as you were when you were loose cultivators. The army is a place with a clear hierarchy, and the subordinates must obey the superiors. Therefore, before you are teleported to the battlefield in the foreign battlefield, your strength level needs to be confirmed." Everyone looked at each other, and then a Dao integration powerhouse asked, "Strength level? Sir, can't you just look at our cultivation level?" The black-armored tribulation transcender shook his head and said, What is tested here is actual combat power. Cultivation level cannot completely reflect a person's actual combat power. Everyone came to a realization. Everyone understood this logic. Cultivation level was only the most superficial strength. For example, some people had high realms, and some people had powerful secret techniques. These could allow a person to have actual combat power that was far beyond their cultivation level. For example, Jiang Ci was comparable to an invincible Dao integration cultivator when he was at the peak nascent soul stage. At this time, someone raised a new question. Sir, how do we determine our strength level? Do we have to show it ourselves? Or do we have to compete with each other? As soon as this question came out, some people whispered. No one was willing to reveal their hidden trump cards to the public, but strength level was obviously very important now because it was related to what kind of identity and authority they could obtain in the foreign battlefield. Jiang Ci also frowned slightly. He didn't want to expose his strength. The black-armored tribulation transcender didn't care about everyone's doubts, and solemnly said, "Don't worry, everyone. We can determine your strength level with this thing." While speaking, he flipped his hand and took out an item. It was a closed eye suspended in the air. It was a clone of the heavenly eye. All of the Dao integration stage cultivators recognized the origin of this eye. The Heavenly Court of the Dao Alliance would set up a Heavenly Court building on each important life planet. In these buildings, there were similar clones of the heavenly eye. Since it was the heavenly eye, everyone no longer had any doubts. The heavenly eye covered the entire universe, so it shouldn't be difficult for it to detect their strength level. The black-armored tribulation transcender continued, there are a total of 3 strength levels, which are first-class Dao integration, second-class Dao integration, and third-class Dao integration. Most Dao integration cultivators are third-class Dao integration cultivators. Those who have initially comprehended the Great Dao belong to second-class Dao integration. Those who have walked a certain distance on the Great Dao belong to first-class Dao integration. Under normal circumstances, only 1 out of 100 second-class Dao integration cultivators can reach first-class Dao integration. So, you should be clear now. First-class Dao integration cultivators are the strongest, and their status is naturally the highest. Speaking of this, he glanced at Jiang Ci and the others. Everyone nodded. Normal Dao integration cultivators were all at the level of the Great Dao of heaven and earth. If they had initially comprehended the Great Dao, their strength would definitely be stronger. Now, walk in front of this heavenly eye. The black-armored tribulation transcender made a hand seal. Suddenly, the closed eye opened. Although the eyeball was dull, it seemed to be able to see through everything. The 100 Dao integration cultivators lined up and walked in front of the heavenly eye. Buzz, the heavenly eye shot out a light that enveloped everyone. Then, their strength level appeared in the light. Second-class Dao integration. Second-class Dao integration. Second-class Dao integration. Third-class Dao integration. Second-class Dao integration. Jiang Ci was secretly surprised. Basically, they were all second-class Dao integration cultivators, which meant that they had initially comprehended the Great Dao. It stood to reason that the number of third-class Dao integration cultivators was the highest, and those who could comprehend the Great Dao were the minority. After thinking about it, Jiang Ci understood. Since they dared to enter the foreign battlefield as loose cultivators, they must have some skills. However, the number of first-class Dao integration cultivators was also very small. After half of the test, there had not been a single first-class Dao integration cultivator. Soon, it was Jiang Ci's turn. The light emitted by the heavenly eye shrouded Jiang Ci's body. The light changed, revealing Jiang Ci's strength level. First-class Dao integration. Suddenly, the hall became lively, and all eyes were focused on Jiang Ci. Although the black-armored tribulation transcender had just said that out of 100 second-class Dao integration cultivators, there would generally be 1 first-class Dao integration cultivator. But when they saw it, everyone was still surprised. Chapter 522. Secluded Night Planet, inside the main hall where the Dao Integration Stage rogue cultivators were gathered. After all 100 Dao Integration Stage cultivators had refined their badges, the Black Armored Tribulation Transcender said, "The extraterrestrial battlefield is a huge star field that belongs to the myriad races of the universe. Over countless years, that star field has been divided into 36 main battlefields. According to the order, your group of rogue cultivators will be teleported to the 9th battlefield." All of the Dao Integration Stage itinerant cultivators began to discuss in low voices. The 9th battlefield? It is said that among the 36 battlefields, it is ranked in the top 5 in terms of danger, and the mortality rate is more than 90%. This also shows the intensity of the war on this battlefield. This is even better as we can encounter more battles. This is bad, we've been assigned to such a dangerous place. Some were excited, some were worried, and some remained calm. Jiang Ci belonged to the calm type. For him, the 9th battlefield was a good place. What he needed was a lot of battles. At this time, the Black Armored Tribulation Transcender said, "Our human race has set up 360 frontline barracks in each main battlefield. This time, we will be heading to the 3rd barracks in the 9th battlefield. If there are no other questions, we can set off now." No one dared to raise any questions. At this point, they still wanted to be deserters. They probably didn't want to live anymore. There was a giant interstellar teleportation array in the depths of the main hall, and the group stepped into it. After the array was activated, the 100 rogue cultivators, as well as the Black Armored Tribulation Transcender, disappeared in a dazzling light. After crossing an unknown number of light years, after nearly 30 breaths of time, the space changed. Everyone stood still again and appeared in a new place. Unlike the main hall of the assembly point just now, this place was open air, and one could see the endless starry sky when looking up. This was obviously a huge starry sky continent. Outside the interstellar teleportation array, there was a team of soldiers wearing standard battle armor guarding this place. The soldiers did not stop them and allowed the Black Armored Tribulation Transcender to take Jiang Ci and the others away. Jiang Ci remained silent along the way and did not release his spirit sense to explore this place. After all, his behavior had to be in line with his current identity. With just a simple look, one could tell that the military camp was extremely strict and filled with a somber aura. Rows and rows of cultivator armies were either training or patrolling. In terms of cultivation, the division was also very clear. The nascent soul stage, primordial soul stage, and Dao integration stage were divided into 3 regions. After a while, the Black Armored Tribulation Transcender took them to a camp. The Black Armored Tribulation Transcender did not immediately take them in. Instead, he solemnly said, "Everyone, this is the camp of rogue Dao integration cultivators. In a while, in the camp, there may be a small group of rogue cultivators who will invite you to join them. I hope you can choose carefully." This was because the way rogue cultivators and cultivator armies moved on the battlefield was different. Armies fight in battle formations, while you rogue cultivators fight in small groups. The stronger the team, the higher the chance of survival on the battlefield. Everyone listened attentively, and their expressions became very serious. Walking into the campsite, one could see that it was a huge lounge with all kinds of entertainment facilities. At this moment, there were hundreds of thousands of Dao integration cultivators resting in this hall. So many Dao integration stage super mighty figures. Jiang Ci was shocked. This was only the 3rd frontline military camp of the 9th battlefield, and there were 360 such frontline military camps in the 9th battlefield. If that was the case, the number of Dao integration cultivators in the 9th battlefield would definitely exceed 100 million. And this was just those who were resting. What about those who were fighting outside? Were there so many Dao integration cultivators in the human race? Before he could finish this thought, ding! The entrance of the hall suddenly flashed with colorful light, and at the same time, a cheerful voice sounded. "Everyone, please welcome the new recruits." The noise in the hall was slightly lower, and then it became more lively. "Welcome. Welcome to the battlefield of cultivators. The land of the brave welcomes you. Hundreds of thousands of Dao integration cultivators raised their glasses together. All kinds of welcoming voices were like huge waves, causing the 100 Dao integration recruits to fall into a short suffocation. Then, everyone was infected, and their blood boiled. The black-armored tribulation transcender with a dignified face also showed a smile at this time. This was a surprise for the recruits. After 10 breaths, the welcoming ceremony was over. The black-armored tribulation transcender suddenly said, "Let me remind you, there are 2 first-class Dao integration cultivators in this batch of recruits." After he finished speaking, he laughed loudly and flew away. "Who?" The hall became lively again. "First-class Dao integration cultivators. Our team just happens to need to replenish its strength. First-class Dao integration cultivators, our team wants them." Soon, tens of thousands of Dao integration cultivators immediately rushed over. Because they all wore strength badges in the military camp, they could directly recognize who was a first-class Dao integration cultivator through their aura. Their eyes fell on Jiang Ci and the thin young man, Xiao Zhu. "The 2 of you, join our team. Our team, 3421, has killed nearly 200 Dao integration cultivators of foreign races. The captain of our team is a tribulation transcender powerhouse. If you join us, your chances of survival in the future will be higher, and it will be easier for you to obtain military credits. The members of our team are all first-class Dao integration cultivators. Come here and join us." Everyone was very enthusiastic, but their targets were only Jiang Ci and Xiao Zhu. The other 98 second-class and third-class Dao integration cultivators were ignored. Jiang Ci and Xiao Zhu looked at each other. Not long after, the 2 of them sat down in an elegant lounge. Opposite them was a short and stout man with a pair of golden hammers hanging from his waist. The aura he exuded revealed his identity. He was a tribulation transcender. Among the many invitations just now, only this person had personally invited them as a tribulation transcender. Therefore, the 2 of them temporarily followed. As for whether they would join or not, they had to find out first. "The 2 of you, let me introduce myself first. My name is Bo Hai, and I'm the captain of Team 3619 in the 9th battlefield." The short and stout man smiled and said, "Shan Hai." Xiao Zhu. Jiang Ci and Xiao Zhu also said their names. "Ha, Shan Hai, both of our names have the word Hai. It seems that we are fated." Bo Hai laughed. Then, he said, "If the 2 of you have any questions, feel free to ask now." He didn't put on airs as a tribulation transcender. While talking, he poured wine for the 2 of them. Xiao Zhu seemed to be more arrogant. In the end, it was Jiang Ci who asked first. "Captain Bo Hai, why are there so many Dao integration cultivators here? And these are only the ones resting. There should be a large number of them who haven't returned from the battle outside. There are 36 main battlefields, and each battlefield has 360 barracks. If we calculate, there are probably more than 10 billion human Dao integration cultivators in the entire extraterrestrial battlefield. There are a total of 3,600 star zones in the 9 realms of the Human Dao Alliance. On average, there are several million Dao integration cultivators in each star zone. Are there so many powerful cultivators in the human race? This was something that Jiang Ci couldn't understand. It had to be known that the number of Dao integration cultivators on the pale blue planet, which was the core of a star zone. Beside him, Xiao Zhu nodded. Obviously, he had the same question. Basically every new Dao integration cultivator has the same question. It seems that you are all humans living on this planet. Bo Hai laughed. Humans living on this planet? Jiang Ci and Xiao Zhu glanced at each other. Bo Hai explained with a smile, "This isn't a big secret. If you investigate carefully, you will be able to find out. The entire human race isn't just made up of humans from the 3,600 star zones. In addition, there are large numbers of humans living in the grotto heaven worlds of the various forces and the star continents of the various mystic realms. For example, the number of humans living on some star continents is no less than the number of humans in a star zone. In addition, some star continents in mystic realms have a much better spirit chi environment than many life planets. Their unique cultivation conditions make it easier for the humans living there to become powerful cultivators. Therefore, with the addition of the grotto heaven worlds and star continents, it's not surprising that there are so many Dao integration cultivators in the human race, Bohai said with a smile. Jiang Ci nodded slowly. He thought of the battle pattern continent and the myriad mountain star ocean. The people there could easily cultivate to the golden core stage. The number of 4-stripe Dao integration Do zones was more than the number of Dao integration cultivators in a star zone. In addition, there was a star continent with a diameter of 10 billion light-years under the purple heaven sect's 9th heaven world. There were countless humans there. Moreover, there was more than one star continent like this in the human race's territory. Jiang Ci saw 3 of them. The Purple Heaven Sect, the Dao Alliance, and the Heavenly Court each had one. The other one was in the Jade Pool mystic realm on Earth. Of course, it had already been developed by the Purple Heaven Sect. The 3 of them drank and chatted. Jiang Ci learned a lot of useful things from Bohai and had a preliminary understanding of the situation in the extraterritorial battlefield. Not long after, a short-haired woman dressed in green armor walked in from outside to rest. She nodded at Jiang Ci and Xiao Zhu, then sat in front of Bohai and asked, "Captain, how did the discussion go?" "I'm still trying to understand the situation." Bohai smiled and introduced her to Jiang Ci and Xiao Zhu. "This is Ling Long, the main force of our team. She is also a first-class Dao integration cultivator and specializes in the Dao of illusion." "The Dao of illusion?" Jiang Ci was a little surprised. Xiao Zhu also took a few more glances at Ling Long. The Dao of illusion was a very rare Dao technique. Out of 100,000 people who comprehended Dao techniques, there might not be one who cultivated the Dao of illusion. Jiang Ci had only seen one person since he started cultivating, and that was Fairy Wang Qing, a 9th tribulation transcender from the Guanghan sect. She was an immortal Dao expert who had mastered the Dao of illusion. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. The same was true for Dao techniques. The Dao of illusion was famous for its strangeness. It often caused the opponent to unknowingly fall into a disadvantageous position or even die. Ling Long raised her wine cup and drank it in one gulp. She laughed and said, "This is nothing. Our 3619 team has a total of 4 people. Apart from the captain, who is a first tribulation transcender, the other 3 are all first-class Dao integration cultivators. The remaining 2 are not weaker than me. One of them specializes in the Dao of the Saber, and the other is a Buddhist disciple. Now that I've said this, the 2 of you should know the strength of the 3619 team, right?" Jiang Ci and Xiao Zhu nodded. The Dao of the Saber was most suitable for killing on the battlefield. Buddhist disciples were even more mysterious and were rarely seen outside. Therefore, as a veteran, I advise you not to hesitate and join our team. You should know that if you want to live longer in the foreign battlefield, aside from strength, the most important thing is experience. And our 3619 team is an experienced elite team. Ling Long had a straightforward personality and did things very straightforwardly. She didn't let Jiang Ci and Xiao Zhu continue to think. The thin young swordsman, Xiao Zhu, finally opened his mouth and said, "In that case, I'll join the 3619 team." "Haha, welcome." Bohai laughed. Then, he asked Jiang Ci, "Shanhai, what about you?" Jiang Ci muttered to himself for a moment. Every cultivator who entered the foreign battlefield was equivalent to participating in the war between races and becoming a soldier. Entering the battlefield was a mission, and one had to accumulate a certain amount of military merit. Of course, there would be rewards for completing the mission. However, before accumulating enough military merit, one had to obey the orders of their superiors. The army of cultivators was already organized. As for loose cultivators, they had to first join the various teams of loose cultivators and obtain the organization. They had to obey the orders of the captain. Jiang Ci said with a smile, "No problem, I'm willing to join." Since he had to obtain the organization, joining an elite team led by a tribulation transcender should be a good choice. More importantly, it could be seen from the conversation between Bo Hai and Ling Long. The atmosphere of this team was pretty good. Good. Bo Hai clapped his hands and said with a smile. At the same time, his spiritual sense covered the hall and he sent a sound transmission. "Quickly come over." Not long after, two people rushed over from afar and entered the lounge. One was a cold-looking, long-haired youth with a tiger-head saber on his back. His armor was stained with blood, and he was full of killing intent. The other was a monk with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He held a demon-subduing pestle in his hand and wore a tattered kasaya. His exposed muscles were very sturdy and gave off a strong feeling of strength. Bo Hai smiled at the two of them and said, "We have a new member. Let me introduce him to you." Bo Hai pointed at Xiao Zhu and said with a smile, "This is Xiao Zhu, a first-class Dao integration expert. Didn't you guys always say that our team lacked a sword expert? Now, one has come. We can see." The long-haired youth and the monk nodded at Xiao Zhu with a smile. This was because Xiao Zhu had always been carrying a sword on his back. It was obvious that he practiced the sword. In contrast, Jiang Ci was empty-handed and did not have any Dharma treasures or weapons on his back. "This is Shan Hai, a first-class Dao integration expert." Bo Hai pointed at Jiang Ci and introduced him. He suddenly thought of something and quickly asked, "By the way, Shan Hai, what are you good at?" Jiang Ci smiled and said, "I'm also good at sword Dao." "Haha, that's great. With two sword experts, our team's overall strength will rise to another level." Bo Hai laughed loudly. Ling Long and the other two old members were also full of smiles. Xiao Zhu took a serious look at Jiang Ci, his proud eyes flickering. Jiang Ci smiled slightly. It was obvious that the entire team of 3,619 was a team that leaned toward strength and went berserk. Whether it was the long-haired youth's saber, the monk's demon-subduing pestle, or Bo Hai's heavy hammer, they were all strength types. Ling Long, on the other hand, was good at illusion techniques and was obviously a support type. This meant that they lacked a dexterity-type cultivator. Sword Dao was a dexterity type. Attack first, then change later. Chapter 523. Team combat was all about balance. Too much force and too much softness would result in loopholes. Combining force and softness was the right way. The original 3619 team was too tough. What they lacked was nimble cultivators. Amongst the nimble cultivators, the strongest was naturally the Sword Dao, followed by the Wind Dao arts. Although Sword Dao cultivators were common, it was rare to see someone who could cultivate to a high level and comprehend great Dao level sword intent. Now that they had two first-level Dao integration cultivators who cultivated Sword Dao, the 3619 team was naturally overjoyed. Then, the remaining two old team members introduced themselves. "My name is Duan, first-level Dao integration cultivator. I specialize in Saber Dao," the cold-looking long-haired youth said softly. "I'm Hong Xian, first-level Dao integration cultivator. I specialize in the Great Dao of Strength." The muscular monk raised one hand. As expected. Jiang Ci glanced at Hong Xian discreetly. This was a warrior monk. In fact, since the first time he left Earth and stepped into space more than 3,000 years ago, he had been in awe and vigilant of Buddhism. That was because the peacock visualization he cultivated was excavated from the Buddhist ruins on Earth. Its origin was extremely mysterious. When he was apprenticed to Daoist Ge's remnant spirit, Daoist Gu had reminded him not to reveal the existence of the peacock visualization to Buddhism. Later, when Earth changed, Buddhism also sent monks to Earth. They were now in a grotto heaven world in the ancient Tianzhu region. This Hong Xian is a warrior monk. I wonder if he cultivated any Buddhist visualization, Jiang Xi thought to himself. He did not show any abnormalities. Benefactor of the mountain sea, have you seen me before? Hong Xian suddenly asked. No, it's just my first time seeing a Buddhist disciple, so I'm a little curious. Jiang Xi chuckled. That's fate. Hong Xian nodded and then said in a muffled voice, Benefactor of the mountain sea has a Buddhist nature. If you have the chance in the future, you can go to the Buddhist domain. I can introduce you to a Buddhist arhat. Oh, thank you. Jiang Xi said and did not say anything else. The Buddhist domain. He would not go there. This warrior monk Hong Xian definitely cultivated Buddhist visualization. His spiritual sense was so sharp. Just now, he had only glanced at her without leaving a trace, and she had already noticed him. A trace of doubt flashed through Hong Xian's eyes, but he didn't say anything else. After that, Captain Bo Hai submitted Jiang Xi and Xiao Zhu's identities to the higher-ups. In this way, Squad 3619 increased from the original 4 members to 6, greatly increasing their strength. As for how much it had increased, he had no idea. After joining the team, they didn't have to enter the battlefield immediately. Firstly, Jiang Xi and Xiao Zhu were new recruits. They did not know much about the situation on the battlefield. Secondly, this huge military camp was enveloped by a formation that connected the heavens and the earth. It would only open every once in a while, and only then could one enter the battlefield. Therefore, before the barrier was opened, the new recruits had the opportunity to learn from the experience of the veterans. Jiang Xi kept his posture very low and humbly learned from him. It was true that he was a prodigy of the new era, and he also had the strength to annihilate the entire 3619 squad. However, this was the off-world battlefield. There were countless immortal Dao experts stronger than him. Moreover, there were also many immortal Dao experts who were good at hiding. If he was careless, he would be attacked by them. Even if you were strong, others would be stronger and more experienced than you. Whoosh! Bo Hai waved his hand, and a flying ship that was 1,000 feet long appeared in front of the 3619 squad. The 3 old members, Jiang Xi and Xiao Zhu, all quickly boarded the flying ship. It's actually a supreme-grade spirit ship. Jiang Xi looked around in surprise. A supreme-grade spirit ship meant that it was a supreme-grade spirit ship. Bo Hai was a tribulation transcender and had been in the extraterritorial battlefield for so many years. It shouldn't be difficult for him to buy a low-grade immortal ship, right? Low-grade immortal ships were faster and had stronger defenses. Naturally, they were safer. You think the flying ship's grade is too low? Ling Long could tell what Jiang Xi was thinking. Jiang Xi nodded. Ling Long smiled. With the captain's status, of course he can buy a low-grade immortal ship. However, in the extraterritorial battlefield, immortal ships are living targets. Of course, there are other reasons. You'll understand when you meet them later. She didn't finish her sentence, but her explanation was already very clear. Jiang Xi came to a realization. Indeed, in the extraterritorial battlefield, immortal ships were too big of a target and could easily attract powerful enemies. Right at this moment, a colorful barrier appeared in the sky. Buzz, heaven and earth trembled, and ripples appeared in the space. Soon, a gap with a radius of 1 million kilometers appeared in the barrier. Boom, boom, boom. The Cultivator Army's giant galactic battleships took the lead. One giant galactic battleship after another accelerated and entered the boundless starry sky. Then, it shuttled through the source space and headed toward the extraterritorial battlefield. Immediately afterward, tens of thousands of Dao integration stage cultivators followed. The flying ships were even more agile. Tens of thousands of flying ships of different sizes also accelerated to the speed of light and disappeared into the source space. The battle was about to begin. Launch first, then change later. Chapter 524. The colorful source space was filled with all kinds of strange nebula-shaped energy bodies. A supreme-grade spirit boat was shuttling through the source space at high speed, constantly breaking through clusters of nebula energy bodies. Inside the spirit boat's resting cabin, Captain Bo Hai and 3 other senior members were sitting casually to one side. Xiao Zhu, relax. Shuttling through the source space is the safest. The only female in the team, Ling Long, suddenly smiled. It was obvious that Bo Hai was a little nervous. He sat there with his whole body tense. In contrast, Jiang Xi was very calm. He would occasionally chime in when the senior members were chatting. We're going to an ancient battlefield ruins called the Qin Yu Si. It's almost 100,000 light-years away from Camp 3. It'll take about 3 months to get there in the source space. We won't encounter any enemies during this time. Once we enter the Qin Yu Si, we'll have to be 120% alert. Bo Hai said seriously. Xiao Zhu squeezed out a smile and took a deep breath. Then, he glanced at Jiang Xi. When he saw that Jiang Xi's expression didn't change, he relaxed a little. Jiang Xi's vigilance was hidden in his heart. No one else could see it. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous about entering the battlefield for the first time. Especially in Battlefield 9, where the mortality rate was as high as 90%. In other words, out of 10 cultivators who came here, only 1 would return alive. However, as Bo Hai said, the source space was the safest place before entering the battlefield. The foreign race's spiritual senses couldn't detect the situation in the source space. Naturally, they couldn't attack them. Team 3619 was an experienced team. This time, they had 2 newbies with them. Naturally, they wouldn't go to a place that was too dangerous. Battlefield 9 was an area of space with a diameter of tens of millions of light-years. Such a huge area was naturally very complicated. The Qin Yu Si they were going to this time was at the edge of the battlefield. It was an ancient battlefield ruins with a diameter of less than 100 light-years. It was a place where foreign race experts often appeared. Rogue cultivator teams were different from cultivator armies. They fought with foreign races using guerrilla warfare. They didn't have to participate in a large-scale war. The Qin Yu Si was a very good place for guerrilla warfare. You two don't have to be too nervous. What you need to do now is to get used to the environment of the battlefield. Even if a battle were to break out, it would be the captain and the 3 of us who would fight the enemy. You guys just wait on the side for an opportunity to act. See if anyone needs help, then you can attack, Ling Long said with a chuckle. Jiang Xi and Xiao Zhu both nodded. It could be seen that Ling Long should be the second in command in the team, second only to the captain Bo Hai. Even Bo Hai seemed to respect Ling Long a lot. He would discuss many things with Ling Long. The other 2 old members, Hongxin and Duan, were also obedient in front of Ling Long. They listened to everything she said. This situation showed that Ling Long was very strong, even though she specialized in the Tao of illusions. In the following time, as the old team members chatted, they also continued to impart their own experiences to Jiang Xi and Xiao Zhu. Soon, 3 months later, the supreme-grade spirit vessel began to decelerate and leave the source space. Wang! Space rippled, and the spirit boat appeared in the desolate starry sky. Jiang Xi spread out his spiritual sense. The starry sky within a radius of 10 million kilometers was within his grasp. After leaving the military camp, there was no need to hide here. With the strength of his spiritual sense, even the Captain Bo Hai, a first tribulation transcender, would not be able to discover his spiritual sense. His spiritual sense was like a tentacle, feeding back all the information in the area it covered to his mind. It was just that the amount of information was enormous. Of course, with the strength of his spiritual sense, it took him less than a second to process all this information. In his mind, a 3-dimensional hologram was formed. The Thousand-All Sea was actually a sea of stars made up of countless nebulas, meteorites, star fragments, and war wreckage. It was like an island or an ocean. Therefore, the Thousand-All Sea was just an illusion. The environment here was complicated, so the flying boat naturally could not accelerate to the speed of light. This is the outer starry sky of the Thousand-All Sea. We can only travel at sublight speed. There might be foreign race powerhouses hiding in these star fragments and wreckage. Therefore, we might be attacked at any time. Everyone, be vigilant. Bo Hai said. Jiang Xi, Xiao Zhu, and the three old team members immediately changed from their previous relaxed state to a battle-ready state. The top-grade spirit boat flew at sublight speed, carefully avoiding the star fragments and war wreckage. In the desolate starry sky full of ruins, there was a star fragment that looked very ordinary from the outside. However, there were many nests hidden inside. A large number of blood-red foreign race eggs were waiting to hatch. At the core of the star fragment, there was a vast space. A huge blood mosquito 100 kilometers long was floating inside. A strange aura mixed with the aura of the immortal Tao permeated this space. It was obvious that this huge blood mosquito was a tribulation transcender monster. The blood mosquito race was a top-notch bloodline among the monster race. Moreover, this huge blood mosquito was the queen of the rarest blood mosquito race. The foreign race eggs in the nests were laid by this blood mosquito queen. Raising blood mosquito larvae and using them to fight was the strongest method the blood mosquito queen had to survive in the foreign battlefield. Although the blood mosquito queen was a monster, she had an extremely bewitching human face. Suddenly, her eyes opened, and bloody light burst out of them. She was incomparably ferocious. A top-grade spirit boat of the human race. Her bewitching face changed, as if she had 1,000 faces. However, some of her faces were bloody, as if she had been seriously injured. Not long ago, she had been seriously injured when dealing with a foreign tribulation transcender in the Thousand Jewels Sea. As such, she had no choice but to hide here. I didn't expect to encounter human food after escaping to the edge of the Thousand Jewels Sea to recuperate. It's a good chance to replenish myself. There's a first tribulation transcender and 4 humans. Apart from that tribulation transcender being a bit troublesome, the others are negligible. Let's attack. The blood mosquito queen's eyes flashed fiercely. Although she had lost a large number of larvae in the previous battle, it was more than enough to deal with a human team with only a first tribulation transcender. In the ruins of space 30 million kilometers away, Team 3619's top-grade spirit boat was carefully flying. We're still at the edge of the Thousand Jewels Sea, so we won't encounter any foreign immortal path powerhouses. We'll reach their range of activity 1 light-year later. Even so, we can't let down our guard. Caution is our greatest life-saving treasure in the foreign battlefield. Bo Hai reminded Jiang Xi and Xiao Zhu with a serious expression. Understood. The two nodded at the same time. At this time, Jiang Xi's eyes moved slightly. His spiritual sense had sensed some changes in the starry sky. Also, if we're in danger in the foreign battlefield. Bo Hai wanted to say something, but his expression suddenly changed. Alert! Fight! 2 loud shouts sounded almost at the same time. It was Bo Hai and Ling Long. Boom boom boom. Thousands of scarlet light beams came from all directions, directly hitting the top-grade spirit boat that was flying at sublight speed. The spirit boat was instantly shattered into pieces. Bo Hai's reaction was very fast. Before the spirit boat exploded, he wrapped the 5 members with his immortal power. After the explosion subsided, the 6 of them were in the starry sky and could clearly see their surroundings. Buzz buzz buzz, they saw blood mosquito larvae that were 10 kilometers long appear out of nowhere. When they flapped their wings, they emitted ear-piercing buzzing sounds. The scarlet light beams just now were shot by these blood mosquito larvae. 4,000 Tao integration stage demons. Ling Long's expression changed. These are blood mosquito larvae. There must be a tribulation transcendent blood mosquito queen hiding behind them. Bo Hai said solemnly. Danger. The other 2 members, Hong Xian and Duan, also had extremely grave expressions. Prepare for battle. Charge out. Bo Hai shouted. Then, he said to Jiang Xi and Xiao Zhu, you two follow behind. Leave the battle to us. At this moment, 4,000 Dao integration stage blood mosquito larvae flapped their wings and attacked from all directions. Whoosh! Bo Hai's immortal power surged, and he smashed out a golden hammer with each hand. A red silk appeared in Ling Long's hand, which transformed into thousands of illusions and unleashed an illusion attack. The two of them were the fastest, and their coordination was excellent. Bo Hai's hammers were extremely violent, and each of his hammers could severely injure a blood mosquito larva. As for Ling Long, she followed behind Bo Hai and used him as a shield to constantly cast illusion attacks. The blood mosquito larvae fell into the illusion before they could even get close, and the ferocious light in their eyes gradually extinguished, silently killing the enemy. On the other side, Moo! The Buddhist disciple Hong Xian let out a deafening sound from his mouth and nose, and the blood mosquito larvae that were pouncing from both sides were knocked back thousands of kilometers. Then, the muscles on his arms bulged, and he swung his demon-subduing pestle. Golden light swept across thousands of kilometers and disrupted the formation of the blood mosquito larvae. The long-haired youth was waiting for this moment. He took advantage of this opportunity to slash out with his tiger-head saber, and a huge saber light accompanied by saber intent slew the blood mosquito larvae one after another. From the moment the blood mosquito larvae attacked to the beginning of the battle, only one breath of time had passed. However, the four members of Team 3619 reacted in the shortest amount of time, and their coordination was as good as a whole. Bo Hai was at the front, while Ling Long was at the center. Hong Xian and Duan cleaned up the flanks, constantly attacking the blood mosquito larvae. The Green Lotus Sword Dao is a great weapon in group battles. Now, we have a chance to break out of this encirclement. Ling Long also laughed. Hong Xian and Duan were also full of smiles. Their attacks became sharper. Next, the six of them charged forward. Jiang Xi's 1,000 green lotuses circled around them, constantly shooting out sword auras. After being exhausted by the sword auras, the number of blood mosquito larvae that could still reach them decreased drastically. Even if they managed to reach them, they suffered injuries of varying degrees. With the strength of Bo Hai and the others, they could easily deal with them. Suddenly, the blood mosquito larvae that had been surrounding them flapped their wings and quickly left. They retreated. Bo Hai let out a long sigh. Ling Long, Hong Xian, and Duan also stopped. They didn't chase after them, Captain, we're not chasing. Xiao Zhu was puzzled. They had the upper hand now. We can't chase. Bo Hai shook his head and said, I just used my spiritual awareness to investigate. I didn't find that blood mosquito queen within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. This means that there are two possibilities. Either the blood mosquito queen's cultivation is far superior to mine, or she's 1,000,000 kilometers away. Even if we chase, we won't be able to gain much. Instead, it'll be easier for us to fall into a bigger encirclement. Jiang Xi nodded slowly. Indeed, they couldn't chase after them. Before coming to the extraterritorial battlefield, he had studied the top bloodlines of the demon race and ghost race in detail. The blood mosquito queen was the top bloodline of the demon race. After reaching the immortal Dao stage, it wouldn't be a big problem for her to nurture 100,000 blood mosquito larvae. Because the blood mosquito larvae had low intelligence, they were like energy life forms. Their cultivation was easy to increase, but it required more resources to nurture them. If he really chased after them and encountered tens of thousands of blood mosquito larvae, he would have to reveal more of his strength. This was a situation that Jiang Xi didn't want to see. No matter what, that blood mosquito queen has suffered a great loss. Bo Hai laughed. This is all thanks to Shanhai. He actually cultivates the Green Lotus Sword Dao. Ling Long turned to look at Shanhai, her beautiful eyes glowing. Attack first, then change later. Chapter 525. In the desolate ruins of space, the inconspicuous star fragment suddenly exuded a dense blood aura. In the hidden space of the nest, the queen of the blood mosquitoes, which were hundreds of kilometers long, had a bewitching expression on her face. A human itinerant cultivator team actually has such a prodigy in the sword Tao and 1,000 green lotuses. And that woman who cultivates in the Tao of illusions. She can kill my children silently with her illusions. These two variables made it difficult for her 4,000 Tao integration stage blood mosquitoes to display their full strength. Instead, she had lost nearly 1,000 of them. Humph! An angry snort echoed in this space. Count yourselves lucky. If I hadn't lost 80% of my children, you wouldn't have escaped this time. In the starry space, only the corpses of the blood mosquitoes were left. Team 3619's leader, Bo Hai, waved his hand and took out a new supreme-grade spirit ship. It was identical to the one that was destroyed just now. Seeing this, Jiang Xi's heart stirred. He finally understood why Bo Hai, a first tribulation transcender, only used a supreme-grade spirit ship. Not only was he afraid of being a live target, but he also wanted to save money. If the inferior-grade immortal ship was destroyed, it would really be a pity. As for supreme-grade spirit ships, it didn't matter much. The price of one inferior-grade immortal ship could buy hundreds of supreme-grade spirit ships. Let's leave this place quickly, Bo Hai said. They hurriedly boarded the spirit ship and sped up to leave this space. The battle just now had caused a huge commotion. It might have attracted other powerful beings of other races. After the spirit ship flew 1,000,000 kilometers away, everyone finally relaxed. Duan, who originally had a cold expression, revealed a kind smile. He patted Riverward on the shoulder and said, "Shanghai, you don't usually show off, but the moment you make a move, you gave us a huge shock. 1,000 green lotuses. You're really freakish." Indeed. The last time I saw a second tribulation sword immortal who cultivated the green lotus sword Tao, he could only display 500 green lotuses at most. Bo Hai also nodded with a smile. Very powerful. The proud Xiao Zhu was also impressed by Jiang Xi's strength. His sword Tao was far inferior to Jiang Xi's. Benefactor of the Mountain Sea realm, you are the most talented swordsman I have ever seen. Hong Xian praised. In short, our team's greatest gain this time is the addition of a great expert. Ling Long said with a smile. Huh, not bad. Bo Hai laughed and said, with the Mountain Sea, Ling Long will be able to use illusions without worry. That way, our team's strength will not only rise by 1 level, but by 2 levels. Shanghai, you'll protect me in the future. Captain and the others are all strength maniacs. I'm afraid I'll get hurt if I follow them, Ling Long joked. Jiang Xi looked at Exquisite in surprise. From what she said, it seemed that Ling Long was even more powerful than he had imagined. Shanghai, Ling Long is very accomplished in the art of illusion. In a battle 1,000 years ago, she almost killed a first tribulation great demon with her art of illusion. Bo Hai explained. A first tribulation great monster? Isn't that the same as a first tribulation transcender? Xiao Zhu was shocked. Jiang Xi was also very surprised. Strength comparable to a first tribulation transcender and being able to kill a first tribulation transcender belonged to 2 different levels. Moreover, illusions were not the Tao of killing. Ling Long was able to have such strength with illusions alone, which meant that she was indeed very talented. If she was in the Purple Heaven sect, she would probably become a second heaven or even a third heaven core disciple. Amazing! Jiang Xi praised. Illusions are very disadvantageous on the battlefield, so I have to have teammates with me who are strong enough. Only by completing the mission could they regain their freedom. Then, they could choose to continue fighting or retire. They could also use their military credits to exchange for various cultivation resources. Exchanging for cultivation resources was the main goal of many loose cultivators who entered the extraterritorial battlefield. Yeah, I haven't asked about your military credit mission. Hong Xian also looked at Jiang Xi curiously. Duan speculated, with Shanhai's talent, I think it should be very high. Beside them, Bo Hai and Xiao Zhu also looked over. Jiang Xi smiled indifferently and said, mine is a 1 billion military credit mission. 1 billion? Are you sure? Ling Long's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Yeah, it shouldn't be much. Jiang Xi nodded. He was a bit puzzled. Was it a lot? 1 billion. Why are you still so calm? Don't you feel the pressure? The cold Duan could no longer remain calm. Benefactor, you've shocked this poor monk. Hong Xian raised one hand. First move, then correct. Chapter 526. 1 billion military contribution points. In the rest cabin of the Supreme-grade Spirit vessel, the other 5 members of Team 3619 were shocked by the number that Jiang Xi said. Bo Hai stared at Jiang Xi for a long time with his eyes wide open. Then, he turned and asked another recruit, Xiao Zhu, what about you? What's your mission? Mine is 300 million. Xiao Zhu took a deep breath. He thought that his mission was already very difficult, but he didn't expect Jiang Xi's to be so much more difficult than his. The difficulty of a mission directly reflected one's strength. Before entering the extraterritorial battlefield, the more difficult the mission was, the stronger one would be. Xiao Zhu's mission is not bad among first-class Dao integration experts. It's about the same as ours. It's just that the Mountain Sea mission is too abnormal. 1 billion. This is the highest difficulty for Dao integration cultivators. Ling Long, Hong Xian, and Duan were still amazed. Jiang Xi was still puzzled. Was 1 billion very high? He wasn't pretending, but he was really puzzled. In fact, he didn't know much about missions. Before entering the extraterritorial battlefield, he had only looked up information about the ghost race, the monster race, and other foreign races. He hadn't thought of looking into missions. He had come to the extraterritorial battlefield to temper himself and accumulate combat experience. In his eyes, missions were purely incidental missions. There was no need to look into them. They had to be completed anyway. Bo Hai saw Jiang Xi's puzzlement and sighed. From the difficulty of a mission, you can more specifically judge a person's strength. For example, the missions for itinerant Dao integration cultivators. Third-class Dao integration is between 1 million and 10 million. Second-class Dao integration is between 10 million and 100 million. First-class Dao integration is between 1 billion and 100 million. Bo Hai looked at Xiao Zhu again and sighed. Most first-class Dao integration missions are 100 million. Xiao Zhu's 300 million is already very rare. It shows that his talent and strength are not bad. His gaze then turned to Jiang Xi. However, compared to you, he's much weaker. Although it's only a difference of 700 million, there's an insurmountable gap between an immortal and a mortal. That's because a mission of 1 billion military merit points is the upper limit for first-grade Dao integration cultivators. If you're assigned this level of difficulty, it means that you already have the combat strength of a first tribulation transcender. Ling Long and the others were still looking at Jiang Xi in shock. The Dao integration realm had the combat strength of a first tribulation transcender. Most importantly, Jiang Xi was a new recruit who had just entered the battlefield, and this was only his starting point. This was even more shocking than the fact that Ling Long had almost killed a tribulation great demon. This was because Ling Long had fought in the alien battlefield for many years. Only after experiencing countless battles did she possess such strength. In other words, if Jiang Xi also experienced so many battles, his strength would definitely be stronger in the future. At that time, not only would he possess the combat strength of a first tribulation transcender, but he would also be able to easily kill a first tribulation transcender, or even a second tribulation transcender. The shocked senior members had overlooked one point. In fact, regardless of whether a first-tier Dao integration expert had the combat strength of a first tribulation transcender, a second tribulation transcender, a third tribulation transcender, or even a fourth tribulation transcender, the upper limit of military merit missions was 1 billion. They didn't know Jiang Xi's true strength. They subconsciously thought that a new Dao integration cultivator with the combat strength of a first tribulation transcender was already very heaven-defying. Combat strength of a first tribulation transcender, so there's such a saying. Jiang Xi nodded lightly. Bo Hai shook his head and sighed. The alien battlefield is like a furnace for powerhouses. Putting aside luck, a truly talented Dao integration cultivator will eventually become a first-class Dao integration cultivator after a lot of battles. However, those who can truly cross the gap between immortal and mortal and possess the combat strength of a tribulation transcender at the Dao integration stage are few and far between. For example, there are millions of Dao integration cultivators in our number 3 army camp, but the number of first-class Dao integration cultivators can be counted with one hand. Now, in our team, there are 2 of them. Bo Hai looked at Jiang Xi and Ling Long and laughed. Hong Xian, Duan, and Xiao Zhu also smiled. This way, Squad 3619 had 3 people with the combat strength of a tribulation transcender. Their chances of survival in the alien battlefield in the future had greatly increased. Ling Long glanced at Jiang Xi. If they were to fight head-on, she was actually a bit weaker. In a situation where no one cooperated with her, it was very difficult for her to display the true power of her illusory techniques. In comparison, Jiang Xi had the combat strength of a tribulation transcender. Faced with these praises, Jiang Xi pretended to be enlightened and didn't say anything. What could he say? 1 billion wasn't a lot. This mission had been assigned to him by the cultivator armies of the Heavenly Court of the Dao Alliance before he had entered the outskirts of the battlefield. The upper limit for Dao integration loose cultivators was 1 billion. Thus, he took this mission. In fact, his life and death tempering in the alien battlefield was a mission assigned to him by the Purple Heaven sect. In this regard, the Purple Heaven sect's mission requirement was that he had to accumulate 10 trillion military contribution points before he could leave the alien battlefield. 1 billion was the mission requirement of the Heavenly Court. 10 trillion was the mission requirement of the Purple Heaven sect. The difference between the two was 10,000 times. In comparison, Jiang Xi really didn't care about the 1 billion mission. This was also one of the reasons why he didn't look up the military contribution missions in advance. When he received these 2 missions, he didn't have much of a reaction. As a Dao integration stage 4 disciple of the Purple Heaven sect and a personal disciple of Dao Lord Nine Clouds, he was the number 1 disciple in the entire alien battlefield. It could be said that he was the number 1 figure among all the disciples of the Purple Heaven sect. No one dared to object if he was said to be the strongest genius of his generation. Naturally, the sect's requirements for him were also high. Chapter 527. In the next 6 months, Team 3619 often encountered such hidden dangers. However, thanks to the team's rich experience and Jiang Xi's occasional warnings, they were able to survive. Once they encountered an enemy they could not defeat, they would quickly flee. If there was a suitable opponent, they would show their sharp teeth. In addition, when there was no battle, although they would remain vigilant, they would cultivate on their own most of the time. Jiang Xi was the same. His spiritual awareness was constantly monitoring the situation within a radius of 10 million kilometers. At the same time, he was also silently deducing Dao techniques. On this day, the team of 6 flew through the desolate starry sky of the Qianyu Sea on a flying boat as usual. Jiang Xi was in a state of cultivation. His eyelids moved but did not open. After a minute, team leader Bo Hai suddenly opened his eyes and smiled. Another suitable target. Ha, there's finally another battle. Ling Long could not wait. How strong is the opponent? Team leader, what kind of opponent is it? Hong Xian and Duan asked one after another. A team of 9 Dao integration cultivators from the Putuo race. They are in the debris of the stars 800,000 kilometers ahead, Bo Hai said. The Putuo race? That's an extremely rare race in the universe. We actually encountered 9 of them at once. We can't let them go. Ling Long's eyes lit up. We definitely can't let them go. The Putuo race is a vassal race of the ghost race. When facing humans, they are even more ferocious than the ghost race. Bo Hai nodded. Jiang Ci did not speak, but information about the Putuo race appeared in his mind. Although the Putuo race was a vassal race of the ghost race, in terms of overall strength, they were a top race in the universe. However, the scale of their race was too small, so they had no choice but to become a vassal of the ghost race. Therefore, in terms of individual strength, the Putuo race was very strong. Usually, they would reach the primordial soul stage when they reached adulthood. With a little effort, they could comprehend a Dao technique and reach the Dao integration stage. In addition, this was a race known for their strong bodies. When they reached adulthood, their bodies were usually between 30 to 50 meters. Although they also walked upright, their upper bodies had the appearance of a ferocious-looking ghostly. The debris of the stars 800,000 kilometers away was not very big. The largest diameter was less than 100,000 kilometers. However, a simple space inside was dug out. The 9 Dao integration stage super mighty figures of the Putuo race were chatting and laughing within this space. Leader, the human squad we killed the day before yesterday gave us another 1 million military merits. At this rate, I think we will be able to complete the Ghost Race's military merit mission in at most 100 years. A 40-meter-tall Putua laughed and said. After completing the mission, Leader will have the opportunity to enter the Ghost Race's holy mountain and learn the Ghost Race's powerful secret techniques. Another Putua clan member echoed. Back then, that elder looked down on the leader. When the leader learns a powerful secret technique, he will definitely regret it when we return. He forced Leader to come to the extraterritorial battlefield, thinking that Leader would die here, but he didn't expect that this would be the place where Leader could rise again. The others also complimented him with words of flattery. The so-called Leader was actually the shortest Dao integration stage super mighty figure from the Putuo tribe. An adult Putua clan member was no less than 30 meters tall, but this Leader was only 10 meters tall. Hearing everyone's words, his protruding fangs twitched as if he was sneering. Those people in the clan forced me into a desperate situation, but they didn't know that this gave me a chance to be reborn. The supreme-grade spirit vessel shuttled through the starry sky at sublight speed. In just 3 seconds, it arrived at 100,000 kilometers away from the star fragment. The 6 members of Team 3619 left the spirit vessel and entered the starry sky. This position is just right. Bo Hai smiled and put away the spirit vessel. At the same time, he said, their spiritual senses probably haven't discovered us. I'll give them a blow first. Even if they don't die, they'll be severely injured. Leader, hurry up and do it. Ling Long urged. Let's give them a devastating blow first. Hong Xian raised a palm with one hand. It's been a long time since I've seen Leader's ultimate move. Duan Yi smiled. Jiang Ci and Xiao Zhu were rather curious. In the past 6 months, Bo Hai had attacked so many times. Could it be that he hadn't used his ultimate move yet? They saw Bo Hai standing in the void. He didn't make any hand seals. Instead, he directly released streaks of immortal power in the next moment. The surging immortal power continuously absorbed the drifting energy in the surroundings. Soon, a ball of immortal power with a diameter of over 100 kilometers appeared in the starry sky. Then, it continued to compress and compress. In the end, it formed a white ball of light with a diameter of 1,000 meters. It emitted a heart-palpitating energy fluctuation. The surrounding space faintly began to collapse. Now, Jiang Ci understood. This wasn't an ultimate move. This was a pure immortal power attack without any Dao power mixed in. However, from another perspective, it was indeed an ultimate move. This was because only immortal powerhouses could use this kind of pure immortal power attack. Moreover, this kind of attack required sufficient time to accumulate power. This was also the reason why Bo Hai hadn't used it in all the previous battles. Here it comes. Bo Hai laughed loudly. His figure flickered. Holding the white ball of light with one hand, he crossed 100,000 kilometers. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the star fragment. Then, he suddenly threw the white ball of light. Boom! The white ball of light, which was completely condensed from immortal power, landed on the star fragment that was 100,000 kilometers in diameter. In the simple space deep in the star fragment, the 9 Pachuo people's faces changed drastically. Enemy attack! Run! They didn't have any intention to fight. The enemy was already in front of them, yet they hadn't noticed. This meant that their strength was far greater than theirs. However, almost instantly, the white ball of light exploded like a miniature supernova. The terrifying energy it had condensed was instantly released. Boom, boom, boom. The space collapsed. The star fragment that was 100,000 kilometers in diameter was directly turned into even smaller fragments. The 9 Pachuo people at the center of the explosion bore the strongest impact. Buzz, the weakest Dao integration stage Pachuo, didn't even have the chance to scream before his primordial spirit returned to Mount Sumeru. Damn it! The shortest Putua leader roared, his demon-like face was extremely ferocious. The remaining 8 people were trying their best to use their spiritual energy and Dao power to support a protective barrier. However, the tyrannical immortal power attack caused their protective barrier to continuously crack. Terrifying cracks also appeared on their bodies, which they were proud of. Finally, the explosion of energy gradually subsided. The strength of the 8 surviving Pachuo people had decreased by at least 40%. However, they didn't hesitate and desperately rushed out. At this time, a powerful figure emitting an immortal aura appeared in front of them. A human. It's a first tribulation transcender of the human race. The expressions of the 8 Dao integration stage Pachuo people changed drastically. The leader took a deep breath and solemnly said, "It's just him alone. The 8 of us might not necessarily lose." Before he could finish speaking, suddenly, whoosh whoosh whoosh, another 5 figures appeared from the distant starry sky. It was Jiang Ci and the others. "Everyone, fight with your lives on the line. I'll stall that human tribulation transcender, and you guys quickly take care of those 5 Dao integration stage humans. That way, you might have a chance." The leader's eyes were filled with madness and ferocity. "Kill! Kill those humans! Even if we die, we'll take one down with us." Several Pachuo people roared with incomparable madness. In fact, there was often no right or wrong in a war between races. What they fought for was luck, territory, and so on. The 6 members of Team 3619 didn't underestimate them. Be careful. Although it's not difficult, if the Pachuo people go crazy, you might be injured, Bo Hai said. Don't worry, Captain. When have we ever relaxed? Ling Long and the other senior members laughed. As for Jiang Ci and Xiao Zhu, they couldn't relax either. Boom boom. The battle directly erupted. The short leader of the Pachuo people held a trident in his hand and went straight toward Bo Hai, who was the strongest. Of course, his short stature was only relative to his own race. This leader was more than 10 meters tall. In front of Jiang Ci and the others, these Pachuo people were all giants. The other 7 Pachuo people rushed toward Jiang Ci and the others. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 7 300-meter-long tridents attacked them with tremendous power. Shanghai! Ling Long shouted. Don't worry and use it. Jiang Ci chuckled. Suddenly, a green lotus appeared in front of him. It wasn't to kill the enemies, but to protect Ling Long from being attacked. Ling Long beamed with joy. The red silk in her hand danced wildly, turning into a series of phantoms as she instantly used an illusion attack. The 7 Pachuo people were seriously injured, and their strength had decreased by at least 40%. At this time, it was difficult for them to defend against Ling Long's illusion. Suddenly, their speed slowed down, and their eyes became a bit blurry. Haha, kill! Hong Xian didn't look like a Buddhist monk. Instead, he looked like a god of death. He swung his demon-subduing pestle and smashed a 40-meter-tall Dao integration stage Pachuo into pieces, killing him on the spot. Duan Yi didn't fall behind. He slashed with his tiger-head saber and killed another one. Hey, don't steal my military merits. Jiang Xi couldn't take it anymore. As he spoke, the 1,000 green lotuses he had just used condensed into wisps of sword chi with soaring sword intent that wreaked havoc in the starry sky. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, 4 of the 5 remaining Dao integration stage Pachuo people died and 1 was seriously injured. Then, Xiao Zhu reacted quickly and killed the last seriously injured Dao integration stage Pachuo. At this time, the Pachuo leader was still fighting with Bo Hai. However, he was completely at a disadvantage and was suppressed by Bo Hai. Ah! The Pachuo leader roared in despair. Complicated patterns appeared on his ghostly face. It was as if he had been awakened, and his aura suddenly increased. The Pachuo race's racial talent? I didn't expect you to be a genius. Bo Hai wasn't surprised. This was because killing geniuses would give him more military merits. Die! Bo Hai's gold-patterned hammer smashed heavily into the Pachuo leader's body like a mountain. Crack crack, I can't accept this. This was the Pachuo leader's indignant voice before he died. The 6 members of Team 3619 didn't feel any psychological burden from this battle. This was a race war. It was either you die or I die. Want to be compassionate? Then don't come to the extraterritorial battlefield. If you came to the extraterritorial battlefield with compassion, you would be courting death. Attack first, then change later. Chapter 528. After the battle ended, the 6 of them quickly left. Less than 10 minutes later, several small groups of foreign races arrived in this area of space. Those guys from the Putuo race are dead. The other party is so fast. As expected of a team with a tribulation transcender. Let's leave quickly. These alien squads belonged to the Ghost Race camp and knew that the Putuo race team was active nearby. After receiving the message, they immediately rushed here. Unfortunately, they were too late. The atmosphere in the spirit vessel of Squad 3619 was very good. Mountain Sea, you're too fast. You killed 4 of the 9 Putuo race members. Ling Long expressed her dissatisfaction. The Putuo race is strong, and they get a lot of military credits. Mountain Sea made a big profit this time. Bo Hai smiled. Duan, Hong Xian, and Xiao Zhu nodded. It can't be helped. My sword is faster. Jiang Xi grinned. He had roughly figured out a pattern, which was the military credits he could get after killing alien powerhouses. Killing a 3rd-class alien Dao integration cultivator would give him 100,000 military credits. Killing a 2nd-class alien Dao integration cultivator would give him 1 million military credits. Killing a 1st-class alien Dao integration cultivator would give him 10 million military credits. Of course, this was if he killed them alone. If it was a team battle, the military credits would be less. In other words, he had to kill at least 100 first-class alien Dao integration cultivators to complete the mission of 1 billion military credits. In fact, even among alien races, there weren't many first-class Dao integration cultivators. In the past 6 months in the Qianyu Sea, his military credits had only increased from 1 million to 41 million. Of which, 13 million came from killing the 4 Putuo race members just now. The Putuo race was very strong. One of the 4 was a first-class Dao integration cultivator, while the other 3 were second-class Dao integration cultivators. It's not a problem to complete a mission of 1 billion military credits in the squad. However, it's impossible to complete a mission of 10 trillion military credits. I estimate that I won't even get 10 trillion credits after my lifespan is exhausted. What's more, there aren't that many alien Dao integration cultivators waiting for me to kill. The sect obviously wants me to fight those alien tribulation transcenders. Jiang Ci was very clear about this. Next, Squad 3619 continued to look for the next enemy. This time, their luck was pretty good. They soon found a suitable team of foreign races. A battle broke out. 4 million kilometers away, an alien ship that looked like a meteor was flying through the starry sky at high speed. Inside the airship were 2 tall foreign creatures, both emanating immortal auras. They looked similar, like a centaur with 2 arms and 4 legs, but their heads were covered in purple flames. The purple flames of the tribulation transcender alien in the lead were more intense, while the flames of the other alien tribulation transcender were fainter. There were also 30 smaller Dao integration stage foreign race Dao integration stage cultivators behind them. They belonged to the same race as these 2 tribulation transcender foreign race cultivators. One of the tribulation transcender outsiders asked, "Cam, that Putua race team is already dead. What are we still doing in this starry sky?" Naturally, it's to hunt. The tribulation transcender in the lead smiled, and purple flames flickered. Then, he said, the overall strength of those 9 Pachuo clansmen wasn't weak. The human squad that killed them definitely had a first tribulation transcender. Let's search this area for a while longer. Maybe we can find that human team. Moreover, Seiko, you know that the Putua clan and us are both vassal clans of the ghost race.
As allies, of course, we must avenge them. The tribulation transcender Cam let out a sinister smile. The other tribulation transcender, Seiko, also smiled. He understood Cam's intention. Their team had 2 tribulation transcenders, which was enough for them to run amok in the starry sky surrounding the Thousand Jewels Sea. This also meant that there weren't many tribulation transcender powerhouses in this area. It wasn't easy to encounter tribulation transcender level prey, so of course, they couldn't let it go. Moreover, killing humans would give them the most military merits. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed another 2 million kilometers. Huh! There are fluctuations of immortal power. Cam's purple flamed skull exclaimed in surprise. His spiritual sense quickly discovered Team 3619, which was more than 1 million kilometers away. It's a human team. 1 tribulation transcender and 5 Dao integration stage cultivators. It must be them. Cam clearly investigated the situation there then. He shouted, "Everyone, get off the flying boat. We'll fly over there so that we won't be discovered by that tribulation transcender." At this time, Team 3619 was fighting with their new target. The other party was 5 Dao integration stage foreign race cultivators. Jiang Ci was still responsible for protecting Ling Long, so his task wasn't too heavy. His spiritual sense had already discovered that small group of outsiders. It should be said that he had already discovered them when they were 10 million kilometers away from him. A skull with purple flames and a centaur body. From the looks of it, they should be the Purple Flame tribe, a vassal tribe of the ghost race. 2 tribulation transcenders and 30 Dao integration stage cultivators. With our team's strength, it'll be a bit difficult to deal with them, but it shouldn't be a big problem. Jiang Ci quickly calculated in his mind as he controlled the Sword Dao Green Lotus. 1 minute later, the 5 Dao integration stage foreign race cultivators were successfully killed. Huh, our luck is pretty good this time. We encountered 2 foreign teams in a row. Bo Hai laughed. It's just that these foreign races are a bit weak and don't have many military merits. I still want to exchange for a low-grade immortal tool battle armor. This speed of accumulating military merits isn't good. Team leader, why don't we go deeper into the Thousand Jewels Sea? Ling Long and the others expressed their opinions. Bo Hai nodded. The Thousand Jewels Sea is about 100 light-years in diameter. At most, we can go deeper. Before he could finish speaking, his expression suddenly changed. Not good. The two Purple Flame Race's first tribulation transcenders, along with 30 Tao integration stage cultivators, had already stealthily arrived at a position 100,000 kilometers away from Team 3619. You finally found us? It's too late. Cam laughed loudly. Whoosh.
The two Purple Flame Race's first tribulation transcenders stepped on the void and traversed 100,000 kilometers in the blink of an eye. At the same time, they spread open their arms and instantly condensed two huge purple balls of immortal power. Although the degree of compression wasn't as good as the immortal power balls that Bohai had condensed earlier, their power was still astonishing. Boom. The two purple balls of immortal power, each with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers, pierced through the void and headed straight for Team 3619. In the distance, Team 3619 was already on high alert after hearing Bohai's "not good." Then, without needing Bohai's reminder, they discovered the two immortal power balls with astonishing power. Two tribulation transcenders and 30 Tao integration stage cultivators. Bohai's expression was solemn as he waved his twin hammers and shot out two majestic beams of immortal power. In an instant, they collided with the two immortal power balls. Boom! Boom! Violent explosions swept across a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. After that attack, Bohai quickly said, "I'll deal with one. Ling Long, Shanhai, you two deal with one. The remaining Tao integration stage foreign races will be left to the three of you." The last sentence was directed at Hong Xian, Duan, and Xiao Zhu. Whoosh! Immortal power surged around Bohai's body. At the same time, the power of Tao spread out as he rushed toward the captain of the Purple Flame Race's team, Cam. At the same time, Jiang Xi and Ling Long also rushed toward the other Purple Flame Race's first tribulation transcender, Seiko. Two Tao integration stage cultivators of the human race, are you here to be my snacks? Seiko laughed strangely. He stepped on the starry sky and fiercely rushed over. Ling Long shouted, "Shanhai, this monster is looking down on us. Let's teach him a lesson." Jiang Xi grinned and waved Scarlet Heaven's sword, unleashing 1,000 green lotuses. Suddenly, sword chi spread out, and the starry sky became his sword world. Green Lotus Sword Tao. Seiko cried out in surprise as his speed suddenly decreased. Then, he laughed wildly. "Boss, there's a human genius here." In the distance, the Purple Flame Race's Cam was already fighting with Bohai. The starry sky around them was constantly collapsing, and the surging immortal power formed a violent wave that constantly collided with each other, erupting with astonishing power. After hearing Seiko's words, Cam's spiritual sense instantly discovered the 1,000 green lotuses, and he laughed excitedly. "Ha! Killing him will be a great contribution. This was really an unexpected gain." Bohai sneered. Daring to look down on Shanhai and Ling Long, he had to pay the price. What? In the next moment, Cam was shocked because the situation on the other side had suddenly changed. But before he could carefully observe the battle on the other side, he had no choice but to focus on the battle in front of him. "You dare to be distracted while fighting with me? Who are you looking down on?" Bohai shouted and smashed his two hammers with a mighty aura. At this time, Seiko discovered that the one in front of him was a human genius of the sword Tao. He was wild with joy and naturally ignored Ling Long. Then, before he could make a move, he was hit by Ling Long's illusion attack. Even though he was a first tribulation transcender, he was unable to block Ling Long's illusion and fell into an extremely short illusion. In a battle between powerhouses, even a 10,000th of a second could affect the outcome of the battle. Not to mention, this extremely short period of time was not even a 10,000th of a second. Jiang Xi made his move at the same time. The 1,000 green lotuses condensed countless sword chi and suddenly turned into a huge green lotus sword. Whoosh! The sword slashed out, shattering the starry river. When Seiko broke free from the illusion, the huge green lotus sword also arrived in front of him. Not good. Seiko could no longer laugh like a madman. Shocked, he waved the saber in his hand and hastily blocked Jiang Xi's attack. Bang! The power of the huge green lotus sword was already at the immortal Dao level. It easily defeated Seiko's counterattack and landed on his body. Ah! Seiko cried out in alarm. A small part of his immortal body was directly cut off, and the scattered immortal power immediately spread for tens of thousands of kilometers. He had never expected such a situation to occur. Originally, he was confident that he could kill the so-called human genius of the sword Dao, but he didn't expect that there would be a human genius of the illusion next to him. Kill that woman first. Seiko instantly changed his mind. However, the situation would not develop according to his will. Buzz, Ling Long's red silk danced wildly, and the Dao of illusion descended once again. Seiko, whose strength had already been reduced by half, was even less likely to be able to block it. Killing enemies like this is really easy. Jiang Xi couldn't help but laugh. He didn't feel any pressure. He slashed out again, and the huge green lotus sword fell on Seiko's purple flame skull. This time, both his immortal power and primordial spirit were instantly reduced to nothingness. The first tribulation transcender of the purple flame race had died. You killed a first tribulation transcender. Experience points plus 100,000. The notification of the experience points panel sounded in his mind. Because this was a battle worth remembering. Ever since he started cultivating, this was the first time he had killed a tribulation transcender powerhouse. Last time, in the land of reincarnation, that third tribulation ghost immortal had died by self-detonation. Ha, Shan Hai, Ling Long, well done. However, you guys should also come and help. In another battlefield, Hong Xian, Duan, and Xiao Zhu were fighting against 30 Dao integration stage foreign races. The three of them were naturally at a disadvantage. Jiang Xi and Ling Long looked at each other and smiled. You go and help the captain. I'll go and help Hong Xian and the others, Ling Long said with a smile. Jiang Xi nodded. His figure flickered, and he rushed toward the place where Bo Hai and Cam were fighting, which was 40,000 kilometers away. In the distance, Cam was already panicking. The strength of this human team was far beyond his expectations. Apart from a first tribulation transcender, there were actually two top-notch geniuses of the human race. When they joined forces, Seiko didn't even have a chance to resist. Seiko is dead. Once they join forces, I might also die here. Run! Seeing Jiang Xi rush over, Cam quickly made a decision. Want to run? Bo Hai sneered. He used his full strength to suppress and restrict Cam's movements. At the same time, the twin hammers suddenly became 10,000 times larger. They were like two mountains, and their might covered the starry sky as they crashed down. Do I have no choice but to fight with my life on the line? Cam was anxious and full of unwillingness. Fight with my life on the line. Ah! Cam roared. The purple flame on the skull suddenly became even more intense and spread throughout his body. Crack, crack, all the bones in his body seemed to be cracking, and the immortal power in his body surged to the extreme. Boom. In an instant, Cam's huge immortal body exploded, and purple immortal power swept through hundreds of thousands of kilometers of starry sky like a raging tide. This foreign tribulation transcender wants to escape. At this time, Jiang Xi was also covered by the purple immortal power. He could clearly feel that this immortal power was mixed with spiritual sense. It was obvious that this foreign tribulation transcender didn't want to self-destruct, but wanted to use a similar method to escape from this starry sky. After transcending the tribulation and becoming an immortal, the body of an immortal powerhouse would absorb endless immortal power and transform into an immortal body. An immortal body could transform into endless immortal power, and vice versa. The premise was that the primordial spirit had to maintain a certain degree of integrity. Otherwise, it would be difficult to restore it after transforming into immortal power. When the primordial spirit of this foreign tribulation transcender exploded just now, it had already integrated into the purple immortal power. Now, if he wanted to kill this foreign tribulation transcender, he had to destroy this purple immortal power. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the purple immortal power around Bo-Hai directly exploded. It formed a powerful shockwave, and while overturning the two hammers, it also pushed Bo-Hai back 10,000 kilometers. Not only that, but the huge power generated by the explosion of immortal power was enough to destroy heaven and earth. The space suddenly shattered like a mirror. Jiang Ci naturally wasn't afraid of such an explosion. His body was comparable to a top-grade spirit treasure 1,000 times stronger, and it didn't affect him in the slightest. However, he still used the 1,000 green lotuses to protect his body and put on an act. At the same time, the purple immortal power that covered hundreds of thousands of kilometers condensed 400,000 kilometers away and transformed into the appearance of the purple flame race's Cam. However, his aura was obviously weaker. Then, he quickly fled without looking back, covering a distance of 100,000 kilometers with each flash. By the time the explosion subsided, Cam was already nowhere to be seen. Attack first, then change later. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.